Okay, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Sewese Yajiaondo. I'm a lawyer and a mediator. I think briefly in 1 minute, that's what I do. And I'll be the moderator for this session this morning as we begin with a check-in activity. So having introduced myself, I believe Mr. Nanchanga can proceed.
Okay, her name is Yajiaondo. She is a vibrant lawyer and owner of a law firm, and she consults for some financial institutions. She's a full member of Settlement House Media Training Institute, and she is one of our faculty members. We are privileged to have you, Sewase. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction again, Mr. Nanchang. So I believe I can proceed now if you would help me with sharing the screen for the purpose. Please, could you assist with sharing the screen for the question activity?
Good morning, ma. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. In the meantime, you can send it to their WhatsApp platform and then tell them what they're expected to do before the screen comes up, please.
Okay. Sorry, just a minute and then we'll proceed. Okay, so for the check-in activity, I've just sent it to the WhatsApp platform now. So while we try to share the screen, I will just read it out so that we can proceed. So the check-in activity is a riddle that has to do with the wolf, chicken, and grain. So I'll go ahead and read it out. So it says, a farmer is traveling with a wolf, chicken, and a bag of grain. Please, can I confirm if you can all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you so much. So a farmer is traveling with a wolf, chicken, and a bag of grain and comes to a river they need to cross. The boat only has room for the farmer and one other, and he can't leave the chicken alone with the grain. So how can he get them all across the river safely? So that's the riddle, and it's a check-in activity for this morning. We want to see how creative we can be as mediators, because creative thinking is one of the key traits for mediators. So we want to see how creative we can be as mediators. So we can go ahead and try to unravel that riddle while we're still try to work with sharing with the screen. Please kindly look up the riddle on the WhatsApp platform. And then you can kindly unmute and then let us know or have your thoughts regarding the riddle. Do I have anyone willing to try?
It's already on the platform, on the chat box.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to call out names now. So anyone willing to try can just unmute and then let us have your thoughts. So it says a farmer is traveling with a wolf, chicken, and only has room for the farmer and one other. The farmer can't leave the wolf alone with the chicken, and he can't leave the chicken alone with the grain. How can he get them all across the river safely? So you will notice that it's a really small boat that has space for just the farmer and one other. So it could be just the farmer and the chicken, just the farmer and the fox, just the farmer and the bag of grain. But the dilemma here is you can't leave the chicken and the fox because the fox will eat up the chicken. And you can't leave the chicken and the bag of grain because the chicken will just finish it up. So the farmer has to figure out a way to ensure that the tree, that's the chicken, the fox, and the bag of grain are taken over across the river safely. So I want to know how creative you can be. So if you don't mind, maybe I'll just start calling names now. In no particular order, I think I'll begin with Josh Zaka, if that's okay. Josh is already unmuted, so please, sir, can we have your thoughts on the riddle? I don't know if you can hear me.
You can call another
Nobody is responding now. Yes, I'll do that. So let's go to Aderonke Kosemani. I don't know if I got that pronunciation correctly, so sorry. Aderonke, can you please have your thoughts on the riddle? If you can hear me, kindly unmute. Aderonke, okay. So we'll move to Chioma. Kindly unmute. So once again, the riddle is about the wolf, chicken, and grain. And then it says a farmer is traveling with a wolf, chicken, and a bag of grain and comes to a river they need to cross. The boat only has room for the farmer and one other. The farmer can't leave the wolf alone with the chicken, and he can't leave the chicken alone with the grain. How can he get them all across the river safely? So, Chairman,
okay, good morning.
I can see you are unmuted.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Chairman.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Please, I can hear you. Please proceed.
I'm still trying to figure it out, even though I'm just asking myself, what's the wolf? Sir? Okay, you want to see my face?
Sorry,
okay, let me
please
put
go
my
ahead.
video. Okay, all right. My video is
Okay.
on now. Okay, I'll just ask myself if
That's
why would the farmer carry a wolf? Is the wolf not going to harm him in the first place? But come to think of it, I'm just thinking I would rather tie the three of them, both the fowl, the grain, and push everybody into the boat if it's possible. But I'm still trying to figure it out.
Okay, so remember that the boat has just space for the farmer and one other. So you can't just pack all of them up
And that's
at the
what I'm
same
saying,
time.
that if it was possible, I would tie all three of them together. I'll place the other two on the roof if it was possible.
These are some of the situations we find ourselves when we try to resolve conflicts. You will see a situation that you'll be wondering, how do I go about this thing? This issue on the surface is very, very difficult. That I don't think there is any solution. And then it's only your commitment and dedication to the process that may help, So you may have to think, especially out of the box, try several means, several methods to ensure that you get to an amicable settlement and help the parties resolve their dispute. So That is very, very important. So the essence of this session is to help you think out of the box, to help you look at situations in different perspectives. So that's why we want to hear your ideas and your opinion as to how you're going to go about this situation. Look at it as a dispute that has come before you as a mediator. Mr.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I have
you can tell
Mr.
us. I saw a message.
Okay.
Let the person speak for us. Speak to us rather.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so I'll just read out what Sarah Knock has on the chat. She says, unfortunately, she can't turn up her video or audio, but she says the farmer takes the chicken across the river first, leaving the wolf and grain on the original side. The farmer goes back alone and takes the wolf across the river. The farmer leaves the wolf on the other side and takes the chicken back to the original side. The farmer leaves the chicken and takes the grain across the river. Finally, the farmer goes back alone to get the chicken, and they all end up safely on the other side. Good try, very, very good try, Sarah. This is really impressive. I can see Ephraim has his hand
Other
up
people's
as well.
opinion.
Yes, Ephraim has his hand up as well. Please go ahead, Ephraim Azaria.
Okay, ma. I think I will support what the Mrs. Sarah just posted. It is easier for me to take the chicken first, and later came back and take the green. On the process, after I drop the green, I have to take the chicken back as a farmer, and I'll take the wolf together with me the second time. Then came back lastly to pick the green back. I think that is the only means I'm seeing, to solve this riddle off.
Wow, that's very, very interesting, Mr. Ephraim. Okay, so please note that in this it's just about creatively thinking out of the box. So in my opinion, I would say no answer is correct, no answer is wrong, but it's just your ability as a mediator to be able to think out of the box and then get results as well. All right, so we'll proceed. Let me see if there are other persons that also have different opinions from the ones that have already been stated. Okay, so I can see Falsat Omowumi. I can see Eunice Nata. I can see Glory Onenzaka, Jerry Magaji, Moyosore Olua, Nafisat Raji. Anyone that is willing to share his or her opinion so that it doesn't look like speaking on particular persons. Any other person?
Okay, let me try. In my own opinion, yes, I think the farmer will take the chicken across the river first. And Nafisat Raji.
Nafisat, okay. All right, please go ahead.
Okay, I think the farmer should take the chicken across the river first and leave it on the other side. Then he goes back and take the wolf across. But when he reaches the other side, he brings the chicken back with him, because if he leaves the wolf and the chicken together, the wolf might eat the chicken. So as he's keeping the wolf there, he should take the chicken also back with him. Then he leaves the chicken on the original side and take the grain across. Because if he should leave the chicken and the grain together, the chicken might eat the grain. So as he's dropping the chicken, he's taking the grain also along with him, and then he takes the grain to the other side where the wolf is. So once he leaves the grain with the wolf, he goes back to pick the chicken and then bring it to the other side. So all of them are now safely across the river. That's my opinion.
Wow, wow. That's interesting, Nafisa. Very detailed illustration there. So we're getting like similar opinions from almost everyone that ensures that the tree gets to the other side safely. So there's no, like I said earlier, there's no particular wrong or right answer, but it depends on the mediator and your ability to be able to resolve that dispute that is before you, your ability to think out of the box. So there are situations where you might not really follow the norm. You might just need to do something that is outside, like thinking out of the box and maybe bringing something that, as long as that gets to a resolution, I think it would suffice. So Glory
okay,
Onen,
I can also give.
chicken first. Sorry. Okay, sorry,
I
let
was
me read
also
out
thinking.
this then. Okay, so Glory says farmer takes the chicken first, come back to take the grains. At least the chicken won't finish the grain, then come back for the wolf. You see, this is another interesting narrative here, right? So the question is, will the wolf not eat the man? I think somebody brought this up earlier, right? So okay, please proceed.
So one will
I think
carry. Okay.
Yes, please proceed,
So
ma'am.
I'm just thinking that the one will carry the other. So let's say the chicken will carry the grain, or the farmer will carry the chicken, and the wolf will carry the grain, and then the two of them will sit on the boat. So instead of them being four, one is carrying the other. So
Okay.
it's
All right. Please proceed. Let me not interrupt. I wanted to ask a quick question there because the riddle says there's just space for the farmer and one other, right?
so
So
there are
if you are
two.
going to make
There are two. There are two
okay.
now because one is carrying the other. So the space it's not the weight, but the space.
Okay, well, that's another interesting illustration there. Not the weight, but the space. Okay. So the wolf can carry the grain and then the farmer carries the chicken. Wow, that's
Yes.
interesting. All right.
Okay, Eunice
So I
wanted to
think
say
that will all.
something.
Sorry, sir.
Hello. Can I say something too?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Good morning, all.
Yes. Good morning.
Could I not speak in, please? In the boat, there is a space that the farmer can actually sit on. And from the picture, we can see that the gray is so small that the farmer can actually, hold conveniently. With that, the grain has been taken care of. So we are now left with the wolf and the chicken. Are we there?
Yes,
Hello,
please go ahead.
can you hear me? So
Yes,
we are now left with the wolf and the chicken. So the space we are talking about, normally in a boat, you can actually sit in such a manner that you can create space for the second person. So the wolf, the farmer can carry the wolf on his leg. You know, the gray is just something small that maybe he can just drop on in the boat, right on the floor in the boat. Then the chicken cannot sit beside the farmer. That is my analogy.
Wow. Okay, that's very, very interesting. Very interesting analogy there. So actually, the image you are seeing on the screen shows that we have like two stalks, but the riddle indicates that it's a bag of grain. So the image is just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. It doesn't really mean that's the size of the grain. Okay, so it's actually a bag of, yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
A
I
bag.
can see George. Yes, I can see. Yes, it's a bag, right? So I can see Josh Zaka hand is up and Gloria Bannon. So we'll take those two and then I'll just unravel what the answer is from our own end. So please, over to you, Josh. Can you hear me? Wow, so while we wait for them, I can see in the chat, there are other illustrations there as well. Nafisat says another approach is wolves can actually swim. So the wolf can swim across the river and wait on the other side while the farmer comes back for the chicken and the grains. Wow. Then
Can you hear me?
Says, sorry, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. So let me quickly read what I am on already, then we'll proceed. So it says the farmer, Fausat says the farmer will cross with the chicken first, then goes back to take the wolf. After crossing with the wolf, he returns with the chicken, then cross with the grains, and then go back to finally take the chicken. Then Gloria says, farmer takes the wolf first, then comes back for the grains, and then lastly, he brings in the chicken. All right, very, very interesting analogies there. So Josh, over to you, if you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I think the farmer would take the he would take the wolf first. No, sorry, he would take the chicken. Hello? He would take the chicken first because
yes,
the wolf can stay with the bag of grain and the wolf will not touch the bag of grain. So he will take the chicken across. He will now come back and pick the wolf and take the wolf across, then bring back the chicken and take the bag of grain across and then drop it there. So when the bag of the grain and he will now come back then to pick the chicken and then finally go with the chicken. I don't know whether you get me.
Yes, I did, sir. Thank you so much. So I've gotten really, really interesting perspectives this morning. It all shows that as mediators, we can really be creative. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the program, it's a key trait for a mediator to be able to think creatively, to be able to think out of the box. Because you might find yourself with disputes, presented with disputes or conflicts that probably just using what is obtainable or what is the norm might not be able to bring resolutions to that conflict. So you have to think, okay, so conflicts have their peculiar traits. They have so you might not be able to now say, okay, what the method I applied in the previous conflict, I can still apply it in the present conflict. So it's all boils down to thinking creatively and thinking out of the box. So the answer from our own perspective says the farmer takes the chicken first, then he brings the wolf second and comes back with the chicken. Then he drops the chicken and takes the grain to the other side with the wolf. Then the farmer makes one last trip to retrieve the chicken. I think that's similar to the last analogy made by Josh, and a number of others that were made earlier as well. So this is a situation, and this is our own view, but it doesn't mean that it's the final answer. Like I said, we can always apply different methods and then think out of the box to provide solutions. And then in this answer that we gave, we can decide, okay, to turn it the other way around, maybe saying take the fox first, and then like that, turn
Not
it
I
over and you
understand those
still get.
kind of lecture. Ah, if I'm in the office now, you see that I understand this. We are three that are the top best in the class. Class of almost 300 students.
Okay.
And you are among.
Let me kind of note that, and that's interrupting the call. All right, so thank you, everyone. It's been nice listening to you and getting your own perspectives regarding the riddle for today. So that will come to the end of the check-in activity for today. So I would hand over now at this point to Mr. Nanchang.
Mrs. Nanchang is there. So kindly
Okay,
share with us. Let her take over and then share with us the moral or the essence of the check-in activities, and she can point at anyone. Let's have people's opinion. You can see the same scenario, and then there are different ways and means to resolve it, and then tell us the acceptable answer, and then whether there are other ways we can actually achieve that. So over to you.
Okay, good morning and good afternoon and good evening to you all, depending on your location, depending on where you are joining us from. Thank you so much, Yaji. Sorry, the first name is something else. Let me just pronounce the one I can. Pardon me, please. Thank you so much for taking us through the check-in activity this morning. Just like Mr. Nanchan pointed out, so sorry about that. Just like he pointed out, I'll call on individuals just randomly. You can tell us the lesson or your opinion from the answer. We have given our own thoughts on it. Like we said, you can use different means, different process at arriving at a solution. It must not be just a rigid or a tight way of doing it. So let's hear our opinion. What do we think about the riddle that we just solved this morning? What is your opinion? What other way also do you feel it can also be done? Please, let me call on Gloria. Her camera is on. I just saw her just now. So please, ma, can you share your opinion, your thoughts on what we just did this morning? Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hear me?
Yes, ma, we can. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. We
can hear you.
Okay. The moral of this scenario is that there are different ways of resolving an issue. Just like how we gave different answers, and the answers all seems to be right. And approaching an issue, you don't need to be stereotyped as in one approach. You can approach it in different ways and you arrive at a right answer or at good conclusion. That's what I think.
All right. Thank you very much. Do we have any other person that want to say one or two things before I want us to quickly? Okay, the facilitator is around, but I'll call on the executive director, Mr. Nanchan, to introduce our facilitator. Since he's here, he's joining us very early from his own side. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining in this morning. So I'll call on Mr. Nanchan to kindly introduce our facilitator as we commence immediately. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yes.
Can hear you, sir.
We can hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's always a privilege to have you, sir, Mr. Joseph Judge. It has been very interesting. We really appreciate the fact that out of your busy schedule, you have created time to be with us this early morning. I think it's still 5 a.m. thereabout.
Yes.
Mr. Judge?
Yes, it's 5 a.m.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for creating time to be with us. We are really excited. We're happy having you here. For those of you who do not know him briefly, Mr. Joseph George is someone who is very, very passionate about alternative dispute resolution. He is, in fact, he wears many caps. He functions in different spheres. He is not a lawyer. For those of you who are non-lawyers, I think you can draw inspiration from him. He is not a lawyer, but he has functioned so effectively in the ADR space, such that he has made a lot of influence. He has interacted with a lot of lawyers in the United States of America. He is always called upon to write articles to address and train mediators in the United States of America. Briefly, he is a certified mediator. He is an arbitrator. He is a negotiator. I don't know if you have heard of a hostage negotiator before. You know, he is one of the few hostage negotiator, certified one for that matter. You know, he is he is an international mediator and arbitrator. He is a Florida Supreme Court certified both mediator and arbitrator. He is a certified county mediator. He is a certified circuit mediator. He is a qualified arbitrator, a hostage and crisis negotiator, and he let me not go into a lot of his abilities and the things he has been involved in, but one thing I can tell you for sure, he is someone who is very, very passionate in the practice of alternative dispute resolution. He is a founder of one of the leading ADR firms in Florida, United States of America. The name of that firm is George and George ADR, ADR Group in Florida, United States of America. He has practiced alternative dispute resolution for a long period of time, and he has developed expertise in the field. We have sent you his comprehensive profile on your platform so that we can just go into the main activities of the day. Mr. George Schiller, you're welcome. We're happy to have you. We do not take that opportunity for granted. For some of you who are looking forward to making money in mediation, Mr. George is one who has done so. He has told us that he charges about 5,000 to 7,000 thereabouts per hour, and you have to book him for about 2 hours. And so that's actually an encouragement for those of you who intend to make money. Thank you very much, Mr. George. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Great pleasure. Pleasure to be here, be part of the Supplement House certification program, and teach you guys, explain to you guys a little bit of how to grow your practice and brand yourself and separate yourself and pretty much drown out all the noise that's out there in the field and be unstoppable force out there. So today, what I'm gonna do, normally I would show slides and stuff like that, but for this particular one, I don't think slides would help. I think more of visual and just explaining to you what I do to grow myself, to launchpad myself above my competitors and people who's been doing it a little bit longer than me in the field. So first things first is what I did is I got the proper training. So what you guys doing right now is the first step of the leg of what I did to actually get out there. Now, once you get your certification, I don't want you to think that as soon as you get your certification, you're going to get drowned with business, because that's not how it works. You actually have to put the work in to get the work. So you have to educate yourself a little bit more. You have to get more experience. What I did is I actually went to the courthouse and I did a couple of voluntary work for 2 courthouses. And I did that to get the experience under my belt. So I could actually go out there and take that experience and now develop my own skill, figure out exactly what market I want to work in. And that's gonna be the part that you're gonna need the most, is to figure out what market, what industry, what area of practice do I want to be in. So best thing for you guys to do is to actually sit down to yourself and say exactly, where do I want to be? Do I want to be in the construction industry? Do I want to be in the education industry? Do I want to be working with the healthcare industry? So you have to find the area of practice that's best suited for you. And it's always good to have that area of practice that you actually have skills in. So when you're inside your mediation or arbitration, you actually could be speaking logical words to the attorneys, to the different parties that's there, so they actually understand, because the language is very critical in the markets that you're working in. So you can understand them and they can understand you, especially the terminology. The terminology in the different areas of practice is critical, and that's why it's always good to know the areas of practice that you've been in. So being that you guys is in the first step, which is getting the proper education, getting the certification, that is good. After you come out of school now, that's where the journey begins of growing who you are. And I'm gonna actually start off by showing you, let me see, the light is coming up. Give me a moment here. Can you guys see that?
We can see it.
Okay.
It's coming up. Mediation arbitration service. See to trial and are instead or negotiation. These forms of alternative dispute resolution litigation to resolve dispute quickly and keep the dispute private. Construction disputes. It allows possibility of settling their dispute with assistance of a neutral third party with formal negotiations. There are some of the dispute protocols. Code implements, environmental claims, construction differing site conditions. And other construction-related issues.
Yeah, Mr. Judge, can you reshare? Can you stop it and do it again?
Huh? What you say?
Is it possible for you to reshare your screen again? You stop
Yeah.
this and reshare.
Okay.
Bona. So while he comes in, can we all on our cameras? Let's have a snapshot quickly.
Okay, I'm back again. Sorry about that. Even with a fast network, we still could have problems. That's the
Yeah, so
thing about
just a minute, sir. We want to have our on and
you breaking up.
have our video on and have a snapshot before you proceed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so please, let's do that quickly. Okay, so I'm about to take the photograph. Just a minute.
Let me have your.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. The next one. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay. Let me go ahead and share the screen. Give me just a second. Let me get it started. Just 1 moment. Expand the screen.
provides construction mediation or arbitration service. Outside of court, through forms of alternative dispute resolution, resolve a dispute more quickly and is an effective way to performance and liens. Payment is George and George mediators are available to contractors. Five.
Okay. Okay, so that was a video that I created. That's hold on, just
ISIS member who lives freely. Those tell NBC News. 33-year-old Jacovera Julian crossed into Arizona.
So that's a video that I created. So when you're marketing your business, you may have to educate your consumer on what you do or what mediation and arbitration about, because many of them still don't know. So that's why I created that explainer video, so I could pretty much teach the public exactly what mediation and arbitration is about. And that's been very helpful in me getting clients to our firm. You're not always going to get referrals from attorneys or other people, so you have to rely on your own source in order for you to generate business for your practice. So always educating the public. There's another way you could go to if you have church groups. You could do community disputes resolution. That's a great way to get your name out there. Go to the churches and say, hey, if there's an issue within the church community, if it's a big church, you could tell them, hey, you're willing to step in and be that third party and resolve that dispute. And that's going to get you out there a lot quicker too. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get a lot of exposure on what you do and how you go about doing it. It's going to be hard at first. Your first year is not going to be easy. Your first year is going to be pretty much letting the public know exactly who you are, what you're capable of doing. So step one is don't give up on don't give up your day job that quickly. You're still gonna need an extra source of income to come in, because it's not gonna be that easy where you think cash flow is gonna flow in constantly through you. But if you're working with the courthouse, I would say definitely go down to the courthouse, make relationship with the attorneys, make relationship with the judges. I mean, I have pretty good relationship with different judges, different attorneys that I have relationships with. So I get some referral from that. But again, if the public or the area where you're serving doesn't know about you, then they can't use your services. So you have to let the people within your area know exactly what you do. And then you have to stay focused on that task. So whether it's doing flyers and putting it out there, saying exactly what you do, make sure everything that you do has to be professionally done. That way people don't judge your price when you're charging them. Cost analysis, know your costs. So you got to know exactly what to charge, what other people in your area is charging. I charge $350 an hour, minimum 3 hours. Arbitration, I charge anywhere from 400 and up, or percentage depending on the case. Some panels do a percentage. So if you're doing $120,000 case, they might say, hey, you'll get 15 or 20% on that. Can somebody mute their mic? Mr. DeVoe, can you mute your mic, please? So again, knowing your market is how you're gonna pretty much get out there in your market and people knowing exactly what you're doing. Second is to get the training experience. Again, volunteer. You might have to do some stuff for free at first. You know, we call it pro bono work. But that's fine because you need that experience so you could be better and be more confident in what you're doing. So pro bono work is always good. Even in your practice, even when you start making money, still do pro bono work. I still do pro bono work. I do pro bono work for some courthouses. I do it for the legal aid in different states, you know, that I choose to do work with. So I'm always doing the work out there. Third, the hardest piece is to get the experience. The hardest mediation is to get the first 5. So your first 5 mediation, once you get those under your belt, that gets your nervousness out of you, and it gets you easier there. Be prepared to dig for co-mediation, observation, do pro bono mediation to get those first few. It's kind of your building experience. So when you do co-mediation, do it with somebody who has a lot of experience. Do a co-mediation with them so you can see how they do it, so you can start to get familiarizing yourself with how to do it. Everybody has their own style of doing it. But you have to find your own path at the same time. So once you get those in, then you build up, and then you could get that observer or that co-mediator that you co-mediate with, use them as a reference to start building your resume. Look close to home for experience, you know, attorneys that's in your area, because they may want to use you later on down the line once you build a relationship with them. So close to home is always good to get that out there. And then again, find your niche, find your market. I do construction, mediation, and arbitration. I do employment. I do eminent domain. I don't know where you guys are. You know what eminent domain is? Eminent domain here in the United States, that's where the government can come in and they could take your land. If they feel necessary for them to build a city infrastructure out, they could come and they could take your land. So, you know, sometimes those things you need to be negotiated. I definitely needs a mediator. So that's, again, there's different areas of practice where you want to go. So you have to find that little niche where you want to go. One of my greatest niche is cannabis. I don't know if you guys have that over there, but here in the United States, cannabis is very popular. So I'm a cannabis mediator. So I do a lot of mediation for the cannabis industry. I also, another niche in my zone is landlord and tenant disputes, where it's commercial or residential. And that's where some people either gonna get evicted from their home, or there's a dispute between the deed. Some person may say feel like the other person shouldn't be on the deed and things like that. So you may have to dispute that. So just finding your niche is very, very important and critical to your practice, because that's what's going to shape you for evolving from a novice to a seasoned mediator. So that niche is what's going to get you out there. And that's probably end up being your bread and butter. Mr. Victor, can you mute your mic, please, sir?
Senior Staff Association.
And then number 6 is join organizations. Find an organization that you want to join that will help you elevate your practice. Mr. Victor, can you mute your mic, please? See if I could let him know to. Oh, there you go. So number six is join a organization that would like an ADA organization, or even some of the attorney bars would allow you to have, you know, a membership with them. Join groups that is beneficial to your practice. Like me, I've joined because I do employment mediation and arbitration. I actually joined employment groups and actually attorneys who do employment cases. I've joined their groups, and I post in those groups different things. I even post articles that they could go and read, and I've gotten clients out of those. So that's every group that you join. If you get 2 or 3 clients out of that, that helps to grow your practice. You always want to stay constant working, you know, till you build your practice up, and you got to keep evolving and never ever stop learning, never stop training yourself on the things that you want to do. Always keep up with training yourself and learning more, because that's what separates you from your competition. Because your competition sometimes will be sleeping at the wheel, and as long as they're asleep at the wheel and you're awake at the wheel, then you're going to be ahead of your competition. So definitely join different organizations that's out there. Find mentors. Find somebody who can mentor you, somebody that when you run into a situation that you can call them up and say, hey, and you can even use me as a mentor. I have no problem with that. I have people that I mentor right now. I think I got like 20-something people that I mentor. So when they run into an issue, they send me a message and say, hey, I'm stuck in this mediation and the attorney's acting a certain way. How you think I should handle that? And I said, listen, just go ahead, pull the attorney separately, talk to them in a private room with just you and them. Explain to the attorney, this is mediation where everybody's here in good faith. We got to be respectful of each other. You know, depending on the situation, you have to have that conversation with that attorney or that person who's creating the issue. You don't want to do it in an open room where everybody's doing it, because they're going to feel disrespected, and that's not what you want. You want to always diffuse the situation at all times. So again, finding a good mentor is critical to your success too, because you always, until you grow where you have, I would say, over maybe 500 mediations under your belt, I would definitely have a mentor. I mean, I still have a mentor right now, and I'm already over 2,000 plus mediations under my belt. But every day, every case is always going to be different. It's never going to be a day where it's going to be the same thing in mediation. Arbitration is different, because in arbitration, you is the judge and the jury. But even in arbitration, there's still going to be things that's going to, you know, pop up that's going to be new to you. So always have a mentor to help you, that are resourceful, that can help you whenever you run into issues. So that's where it goes, finding a good mediator. Number 8, market yourself. Get your website, get you some business card, do talks, do webinars, you know, try to get on different podcasts. If you know somebody, a friend of yours on, and you're not too camera shy, say, hey, you know, I'd like to be on your podcast. I would like to talk about the ADR, you know, how it's growing in my area. I like to explain to the public how ADR is great and is very cost effective for them versus litigation. So, you know, try to get on podcasts, write articles, get on LinkedIn, use your social media platforms, like Settlement House. They have a great platform. It's a non-channel. He's out there promoting on LinkedIn. He's always out there. So that's how people get to know what the Settlement House is up to. They get to know what Nanchan is doing, you know, what he's teaching, what he's promoting out there, what awards he's gotten. So always be out there using your platforms to get out there. So you got to have your marketing material. Whether it's a digital flyer or it's a printed flyer, always make it look nice and decent. Check the grammar. I've seen some people go and they get flyers and then you read it and you go, oh my God, that person misspelled some words. So check your grammar when you're doing anything. Check it twice, like it's a Christmas list. Check it twice. Get a second opinion of somebody and say, hey, what do you think of this? How does this look? Does this look like this will catch somebody's eye? Because once you put it out there, it's out there. Especially if you're going to put it on the internet. Anything you put on the internet, it's pretty much out there for everybody to see. So you want to be careful what you put out there because you can't always get it back, especially if it winds up being negative. It could go against you in the future. So again, marketing is very crucial. Make sure your business card have on the right phone number, the right email, the right address. That way people could contact you. Number 9, if you want to be a government mediator, these days you need to be sizable amount of training to be qualified for those things, as well as have a lot of mediation under your belt typically. So training is required in the range of I would say 100 to 200 hours of ADR mediation specific training. If you're going to work in the government field, because in the government field, you're dealing with big cases. You're representing the government, and the government is one thing. They like to have the best of the best representing them. So if you're going to work for a government agency, again, make sure you're very seasoned. Don't go in novice. If you are going to go in, explain to them, hey, I don't have enough mediation under my belt, but I don't mind working with somebody till I get, seasoned. And, some of them may take you in, some of them may not. They may say, get some more season, get some more mediations under your belt and come back to us, So that's the way for that one. Number 10 is keep thinking critically as you grow. So you always got, and when I say keep thinking critically, I mean like strategically on how you're going to grow your business, how you're going to grow your brand. Come up with different ways. Whether it's a goofy little video that you decide to do on YouTube, whether you decide to do your own storyline and post it on YouTube or Instagram or a little TikTok video, always do something that catches people's eye to notice you, because mediation ain't always about being, serious. You could have fun with it at the same time too. That's why I do some of the videos that I do. I have different type of videos that I do for the different things that I do. Like one of the videos that I do high net worth asset disputes, where I assist people who have considerable assets, and I assist them with reviewing those assets. So you got to know, again, you have to know your market to actually go out there and provide videos, provide the literature that you need to educate the public on what you do in those particular markets. And that's gonna help you grow who you are out there. Another thing is, let's see here. Once you have a certain amount of experience, people like to say 10 to 5 mediations, to start getting on different rosters. I don't know if you guys have rosters over here. So here in the United States, we have rosters. So all of the different courts have a roster where they put you on those rosters. And so that's where they have your name on a form where they say that, if they need a mediator for a particular case, they'll pick up and they'll call you. They'll pick up and they will call you to be on that. So you want to be on the different rosters. There's a lot of panels out there. They all have their own way of doing things. So that helps you to get out there. So, you know, again, people say 5 to 10, but I say it's your comfort level that you decide that you feel like that's what you want to do. That's where you want to go. When you get out there to get on those panels. I'm gonna share a video on when I talking about being in the market and marketing yourself and knowing a specific client, consumer base that you want to reach. Like if you want to reach celebrities, if you want to reach the entertainers, if you want to reach the basketball players, football players, cricket players, soccer, then you have to reach them on their field, on their playground. So you would definitely want to create something that captures what you do, so they know exactly what your operation is, what your firm can provide and for them. So this video here that I'm gonna share with you, this is for me to capture that celebrity clientele, that doctor, that entertainer, you know, the singers, recording artists, who has a high net worth asset. So I'm gonna play this. Can you guys see this?
Yes, sir. A family of
Okay.
3 and a grandfather.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna play it now.
Mediation is public exposure of those assets. George Group has handled complex and delicate cases for high-level radio personalities, professionals, business owners. What are the advantages?
Okay. So see, that's how you you says no, there was no audio. Well, I don't want to take up your time and redo it, but sorry about that. There was no audio, sorry. But that's the type of video that we create to reach that high net worth asset client. And I got big celebrities out of pushing that out there. So again, you got to know your outlets to get what you need out there. So I got a lot of clients out of that. I got a couple of football players. I got golf players. You know, very important people I've got out of that. I got plastic surgeons, because yes, plastic surgeons do run into disputes with consumers. Any industry is always going to have a dispute, and you got to let them know, hey, I could be on your roster and settle these disputes for you. Assist in settling the disputes, because we don't settle the dispute, we assist in settling the dispute. It's up to the parties to, if they want to settle the dispute and how they want to settle the dispute. And then once they decide that they're in good faith there to settle the dispute, then it's up to us to actually draft the contract and help them with that. One of the things I want to point out that created me to be successful in what I did is knowing that I was going to be working with attorneys and as a mediator. If you don't have that legal language, the terminologies, my suggestion to you is find some type of paralegal school. That's what I ended up doing. I went to paralegal school, and after I became a paralegal, I learned the language. Becoming a paralegal actually helped me not just with mediation, drafting the stipulation, but it actually helped me with arbitration also, because with arbitration, you have to draft an award. And as a paralegal, you get trained how to draft awards, you get trained how to read contracts. So being a paralegal actually assists in becoming a better mediator. So that's why I could draft contracts and things like that and better stipulation, just like attorneys. So sometimes I've seen where attorneys where they go, Mr. George, you're going to draft a stipulation. And I'll tell them, yes, I'll draft the stipulation. And when I draft it and I've sent it to them, they go, oh, Mr. George, did you have an attorney draft this stipulation? And I says, no, why? He says, oh, this seems like attorney drafted. And I said, no, I drafted stipulation. So people can take notice of the body of work that you do. So you always want to make sure that you do things right the first time, especially in the legal industry, because we're held accountable and we're held to a higher standard when we're working with the public. So you always want to be aware of what you're doing, and again, work to the highest standard of yourself, because our image is everything. Okay, so creating a mediation CV page or bio. That's for what you're going to use for your clients. So you want to create a resume, a CV online, a digital thing. So because people these days, everybody's going digital, and they want to see what you're doing. So they're going to Google your name and see what pops up. Like if you Google my name, Joseph George Mediator, you're going to see me pop up everywhere on TV, magazines, and things like that. So you want to have that out there, and you want to have your bio out there. You want to get on platforms like, I think there's one called Mediation Select. You go on there, you fill out, the little form that they have on there. Once you fill that form out, apparently that platform has a good algorithm with Google, because once you get on that platform and somebody Googles your name, that platform automatically comes up. So again, having a good bio out there on what you do and how you do it and the areas that you practice, that's good to have out there. So you want to focus on getting that out there also. Number 13 is get sufficient mediation insurance. Mediation is not like arbitration. Arbitration, you're kind of in the states under the Federal Arbitration Act, and in certain panels you have in courthouses that have qualified arbitrators, you have immunity, just like a judge in the court, because the parties is actually putting the decision into your hands. Doing that, they can't come back and say, well, we're gonna sue you for giving a bad award on their claim. So you have immunity. Mediation is different. But you want to get anything you want to do in life, like your business, your practice, you want to have insurance, like a good insurance policy to pretty much protect you, because everybody's so wanting to sue you and get at your business. So you always want to have that good insurance policy in place. It protects your bank account, but pretty much. I'm not going to say it protects you. I just say it pretty much protects your bank account, because when you get sued, you have to pay that sue if you lose. Not only that, you have to pay your attorney fees. Some insurance policies will cover attorney fees and some won't. So again, having a good insurance policy is great for your practice as well, to protect yourself. And you always want to protect yourself. That's why I say always make sure you get the proper training. Provide yourself with around great people, and just knowing what you do and have integrity. Don't let nobody kind of come in and try to say, hey, could you just do this for me one time? Because when you start doing favors for people and you start negotiating your integrity, you end up into situations that you don't want to be in. And last but not least, I mean, pretty much just enjoy the ride. Just enjoy the ride of the success of being out there in the mediation field and networking with different mediators, going to different medias network conference. Go to attorneys conference. Go to where the attorneys have their gatherings. Like here in the States, the Florida bar, and they have their different conferences. And I go to those. I go to those to network and let them know, hey, I'm a mediator. If you need to have me on your list, I'm here. So that's pretty much it for me, Mr. Nuncha. If anybody have any questions, I'm open to it. And last but not least, let me see. Let me see here. So this is me here in a magazine, just to show you that you could get in a magazine. So this is the article that they made. And this is in an attorney. This is in an attorney magazine. So I don't want you to feel like because you're not an attorney that you can't rise to the occasion of being on their level. Only you could stop you from getting as high as you want to go. I like to say crickets in a masonry jar. If you put a cricket in a masonry jar, he's only going to jump as high as that lid on that jar is going to let him go. You take that lid off of that jar, and that cricket could jump higher than that because there's nothing to stop him. So you be that cricket and don't let that lid on the jar stop you. Go as high as you want to go. Don't let nobody. There's always going to be somebody out there telling you. I'll give you a little bit of my experience. When I first started off, I met an attorney and I had called him up and I explained to the attorney, I would like to observe him and spread my wings and learn from him. And the attorney told me plain out, you're not an attorney, so you need to just go ahead and give it up because nobody's gonna hire a non-attorney. Long story short of that, a month later, I start, putting myself out there on LinkedIn. I start putting my articles on Facebook and shooting out there. 2 months after that, I got a magazine who recognized me and they put me in a magazine. Then I got on TV. People saw me and they say, hey, we'd like to have you come on TV and do an interview with you. That same attorney calls me up and he's like, hey, how you got on the magazine? How did you get on TV? And I did not hold any animosity towards him. I just tell him, I'm out there working. That's all I'm doing. I'm out there working. And I told him, and I said, hey, you remember when you told me that a non-attorney can't make it in the industry? And now I surpass him. I've done been on TV 10 times. I've been in 20-something magazines. I've been on 30-something podcasts. So, and I've trained, all over. I've done sessions with different organizations in Japan, China, Dubai, the Virgin Islands, here with you guys. And I do speaking engagements abroad. So I got places where I go to schools and I teach the students on how to resolve disputes amongst themselves. So long story short, never let don't let the naysayer stop you from what you want to do. You know what you want to do and be successful at it. Don't let nobody stop you because there's always going to be somebody out there telling you can't do this. Prove them wrong. So with that, that concludes me. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Judge. Will you be kind enough to share your LinkedIn page and guide them on how to get on that important and professional page, as well as your website, where necessary?
Okay, so let me see LinkedIn.
So as he opens the LinkedIn, you need to know that when you successfully conclude your training and you emerge successful after the assessment, you should know that you are not going to go and meet butter and bread out there. You have to work and you have to be determined. You are going to meet people who have been in the field for a long period of time. You meet lawyers and other professionals. You need to be very confident in the knowledge and the skills you have acquired, and then you have to be out there working. It is not as if once you just finish, money will start running after you. You have to create a niche for yourself. You have to announce yourself. That is why after the training, we encourage everyone, don't allow you to sleep over. Every day, whatsoever you learn, put it together, put it on the internet, put it on your LinkedIn page, put it on your social media. Let people know that you have actually commenced a journey into becoming a certified mediator, so that after you finish, by the time you graduated and then you are informed of your successful an email for a success in your assessment, you share it out there. Oh, I've been made successful, I'm hoping to be inducted. When you are inducted, share it as well. Oh, I've been inducted as a professional certified mediator, and this and that. That's what you keep doing. So the challenges are there. You have to be up and doing. You have to be courageous. You have to face it headlong, and don't allow anyone to discourage you. Once you know what you have, you'll be confident to do any other thing that you want to do. Mr. Judge, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm going to start sharing now.
All right.
Okay, so this is my LinkedIn page. So on LinkedIn, you have right over here, you see where it says post impressions. That's where you click on that. If any post that you do, that's gonna be there, and it's gonna do the analytics on your posts. Like you see how many, you see, I had 92 posts. I went down because I did a post recently. It tells you search. It tells you how many followers. I actually have more than this amount of followers. I got more than that. That's my base followers is 30,340. That's my base. Out of that, I have pretty much over, if you take this and you add it plus everything else, I have over 100,000 something plus followers. Let me see. I want to do let me see. So in here, you have the creators tool. It tells you what you want to do, your live, your newsletters. So you want to have all this. I turn all these here on so they're available to me whenever I do a post. You click right here on it says post impression. You click on that. It's gonna give you a chart on where your post went up and when it went down. So this is all for your content. So you see my content went up in April. See how high it is. So every time you go over that, you see it tells you you're up 143% previous. So it's a nice little chart to measure what you're doing with your content. It's gonna drop down a little bit when you don't use it, but you notice mine zone is not down to 0. Mine zone is at 10 constantly because I'm always posting. So it's always gonna stay high because I'm always posting. When it drops, and you see it was up in around May 1st, how high it was. But the previous day it was higher than that. As you can see, you could go anywhere in the chart, it's gonna tell you where you are. It gives you the performance of your posts. Like it says, I had 50 impressions. See, that's what I have posted about, the high network. That video. It'll tell you, who's on it. So when you click on it, you see right down here to the bottom, 201 impressions. That's how many people actually look at the video. When you get past 50, because when it comes to video on the internet, they like to say, if you got 20 people, 20 impressions to look at your video, that's great. Anything over 50 means excellent. Anything over 100 means like super great. So I'm at 201 impressions. That means that people actually stop and watch the video. It's not that they scroll by. It's they actually stop and actually watch the video. So that's how you want to always make sure that you do your articles right. It'll tell you if you have any engagements. Most people don't think on posts, but it gives you if people do your comments, if how many people repost it. LinkedIn is one of the hardest ones for people to repost and share your stuff, unless you put it in a group. There's a group that I'm in and it's been shared like over 20 something times. On your base LinkedIn page, it's always a little bit hard, but your impressions is what's going to tell you what your content is actually doing. And that's pretty much what you want. You want to go into, let me see. Let me see what this one is. See, is it low there? So this is the article. So I want to show you, not the article, but this is the video that actually hopefully got sound. But this is the video that they looked at. So now we're gonna go to, let's see, my website. Let's see. Routine. New Chrome. Is it going? Let's see, go. Let me stop sharing and then do it on the back side. I think the stop sharing is messing it up. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna go to it and then I'll come back. Hold on just a little bit. Let's see. There we go. Now let me do the share. Okay, so this is my website. So my website has everything on it. It tells them exactly that's my logo. So your logo gotta be, I use the red dragon. If you notice there's a dragon in my logo, I use the red dragon because a red dragon is known as a protector. So that's why I kind of put a dragon in my logo. So your logo gotta have some type of specific meaning that's there to you and there to your firm on why it is. Some people use a lion because a lion is fierce and lion is commanding. They do different type of stuff. But you see here, I have, mediation and ADR and arbitration, and I offer immigration services. So that's what separates me from other firms, because I have different things that I offer. So I offer immigration services. So if somebody's coming to the United States, we help them with their visa, whether they come in on asylum to escape something from some country that have some type of I like to say from whatever they're running from in their country. We help them with their asylum, we help them with immigration, filling out the documentations for them. So that's what separates us from other firms, because we offer different services. Here on my website, you see I have another video on my website also. That video is telling them about, let me see if I can play it. Telling them about mediation.
Resolution, ADR.
So see, I have that on my website. So when they come on my website, they learn about what the ADR practice is. So it cuts the phone calls down. And as you see, I have little terminology right there. They wait for them to get in touch with me. And then we have, let's see, our services. So we do grant writing, we do loan signing. So we have different things that we actually do. If you click on our negotiation page, that goes straight to our negotiation page. You just want to tell them exactly what you do. You want to have your website where it's telling them exactly what you do. So it cuts down the phone calls. So they already know what you do, and it cuts down on the phone calls. And it tells them the benefits of negotiation services. So I have everything there. When do you need a negotiator? Who needs a negotiator? Etc. Our cannabis page tells them pretty much about the cannabis disputes resolution, tells them about that, what we do, the services we offer, why we do it. So it's just pretty much, I always want to educate the public on what you're doing. We have our immigration form placed. So this tells them about what we offer for the immigration stuff. What type of stuff we actually do. We help with the I-9 application to replace your permanent card. Your citizenship application, political asylum, family-based visa, green cards. Your I-130, your I-85 petitions. Your fiance visa, which is your K1, your K2 visa. So, we assist in helping people when they want to come to America. We assist them in that. We actually put a disclaimer. Some things you'll have to put a disclaimer. in there just because you don't want people to make thinking that you're an attorney and you're offering legal advice. So some things that you do online, you have to put disclaimers on there. We have our mission statement. So our mission statement tells them exactly what we do, what our mission's about. It tells them who George and George ADR Group is, what we're about, who we help, the high quality of services that we offer to our clients. So you always want to, with your website, I always say just pay the extra money to have it look good. It shows our values. So we put in there, we want people to know our values, which integrity, excellence, client focus, responsiveness, innovation, professionalism, community, because we are always out in the community doing different things in the community, whether it's volunteer service for something or help or doing pro bono work. So we're always doing something in the community. Our mission is to achieve our clients' objective, to invest in people who we will best serve, which is our clients out there and the public, to be leaders in our professionalism and the community. We try to always be innovative in what we do. And that's everybody that's in the firm. We talk here about our service. We talk about virtual ADR. We have a percentage chart right here that tells them about mediation and arbitration, the cases that's being solved. So they could know that, mediation and arbitration is a better tool. Then go in there. Here I have another video.
George, resolution group, employment we want to avoid. Experienced mediator, George. Arbitrators and mediators, certified. Needs. Employment mediation is mental health. Participate in the process. State and federal employment laws are all enacted with one.
Okay, so you got a chance to see LinkedIn, you got a chance to see the website that we offer to help you in what you're doing. So again, always make it clear on what you're actually gonna be doing. So when you do it, that there's not any issue. So again, just make sure that you're always out there promoting yourself out there, and just showing people who you are, what you're capable of doing. And again, keep it professional, keep it simple. Spend the extra $10, the extra $20, whatever it takes. If it's gonna, try not to go cheap on yourself, because remember, this is your practice, and get a lot of experience under your belt, because it's gonna help you. Anybody got any questions?
So we have a question. Thank you so much, sir, for the insight. Please, can you buttress on how the charges per hour should run?
So you gotta know your practice. You gotta know your level of experience. I charge $350, and that's because my level of experience. And I have so much experience and so much wealth of knowledge in the different industries that I've worked in. So I bring a lot to the table. So I charge $350. There's some mediators charge $150 per hour. You can do hourly. When you're charging, you can do hourly. I do minimum 3 hours because your first hour is pretty much your introduction, opening statements from both parties. Some parties have such long opening statement, and you try to be courtesy to them to hear everything that they got to say. Then, your second hour is learning about the dispute and analyzing it and figuring out how to actually assist both parties in resolving it. And then your third hour is pretty much finalizing how we could push them to close the mediation. So that's why it's always minimum 3 hours. But then you charge some guys charge half off for the additional 4th hour. I just charge $350 per hour because again, it's my time. So you charge by how you feel your skill level is. If you're a novice, don't go out there charging $1,000 when you're not going to give $1,000 service. Let's just be real about it. Be honest to yourself on what you want to charge. But at the same time, don't sell yourself short. Never ever sell yourself short. Look at the market. Look at who's around you. See what everybody around you is doing. Look at your high number and look at your low number. So if you have the top mediator in your area and he's charging 600, and you have the lowest mediator, he's charging anywhere from 200, then you want to come right in that middle of that area. And again, it goes with your experience and your confidence in yourself, because it's about being confident too. Like, you can walk in a room. If your mom always used to tell you, or your dad used to tell you, man, you got the bout of the good of the gab, you could be a salesman, then chances are you could do mediation pretty well, because mediation is about selling them on what the other person is trying to sell. So mediation is a little bit of selling inside there, because you have to convince the other side that what the other party is trying to say can actually help resolve the dispute. So when you're doing your pricing, again, look for the mediators in the area and see what they're charging to be right within that bracket. And then you just apply your confidence and your experience to that to come up with a good price list for yourself. I see Ms. Gloria had her hand up several times. So Ms. Gloria, go ahead with your question.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Please, my question is, you mentioned some niches, and then you advised that we create a niche for ourselves. Please, if you could just please, a brief description of those niches from the personal experience, please. It will help to, make a wise and informed decision in the niche to choose. Please. Thank you very much.
No problem. So the niche that you're going to choose is the niche that's in your area. So you have to look for an area that's not what we call an oversaturated market. Let's say like construction. The construction panels, everybody's building. So the construction panels pretty much pays the most. You could get a $300 case out of a construction panel, or you could get a $20,000 case. I don't know how to convert $20,000 in US money into y'all's money. Mr. Nachung would have to do that. He knows the conversion. I don't even know what y'all money called over there. I don't know if it's called dinars. I know it's money in different countries is called different things. But some construction panels, if you're doing, let's say anywhere, a $2 million case, sometimes, and you're the mediator on that, you could run up into 30 hours working on that case. So let's say if you do 30 hours on that case and you're charging, let's say $375 an hour, and you do 35 hours, that could be a $12,000 payout for you. So you'll receive $12,000 because you're going to be looking at exhibits. You're going to be looking at motions that both parties is going to be sending you. So with you reading all those documents, anytime you take time to read those documents, you have to charge for that. Also, the niche markets is, for me, my niche markets have always been cannabis, employment, and construction. Those are mine. I don't know what you guys got over there in Nigeria, but I'm sure betting that you guys is a growing country. So I sure construction would be one of the better markets to be in over there. Government negotiation is another one to be into. But again, Mr. Nunchung would know better the markets over there that's developing, because I know your country is still growing as far as mediation, certain mediation markets, it's still growing. But definitely construction and employment has always been very big for us here in the United States, as well as the cannabis. Cannabis is growing because it's new, because the laws here is strict on selling cannabis. So the disputes is still new. But residential, I would say, let's put manufacturing. Manufacturing is a major one. And we call it consumer goods, because the manufacturers, they make the product, and they could be sued if somebody get hurt from that product. They could be sued. So a lot of the manufacturers right now is actually using ADR service to resolve the disputes, because they know it costs them so much to hire their attorneys and to go to court. So they don't want to be in court constantly. So manufacturing and consumer goods is one of the areas to be into for as a niche market.
Thank you so very much.
No problem. Anyone else? If you have a question, you could put it in the chat also. I'm gonna look at the chat right now and see what we have in the chat. Okay, that was there. The charges per hour should run. We done did that. Okay, anybody else? You could put it in the chat.
One testimony is asking that he's in Maryland. He's in Maryland. Which organization would he join?
Huh?
Testimony is asking that he's in Maryland. He's in Maryland. Which organization can he join?
Oh, you have the organization you could join. You could join, let's see, there's a lot of ADR organizations that you could join. Let me see. I don't know too much about Maryland. I could Google it real quick, but mostly you could join the courts mediation. There's what you call a Federal Society of Lawyers. That's an organization there. There's also you could contact your local what you call it, legal aid. I think every state has a legal aid department that helps communities. You could ask them to, they have some there. Or you could just Google ADR organizations in, let me see if I can Google one for you real quick. See here. ADR. See, Maryland. Let me see, they have, Maryland has an alternative dispute organization that's done by the court, the ADR by the courts. And they have the Maryland State Bar has one. So you could probably contact them. They might have most of the attorneys have a center. Then you have your Center for Alternative Dispute Resolution there in Maryland. So you could probably join that. You have the Office of the Justice. They have one there too. So Charles County, the American Arbitration Association. You could join that also. So it has several there that you could join. The Baltimore has one, the Circuit Court. So you just look up for the ones that you actually want to join, and then you do your homework on them, and see if it's a good fit for you. So you just read up on what they're about, and you just read up on that and see exactly what they have there for you. I see that one. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Please, another one, Chioma is asking, please, when you offered volunteering services, how did you learn? Since mediation is private with the parties, then how did you learn when you were offering volunteering services? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I went to, so our courthouses have programs where you could go and volunteer. I went to the pre-trials, because when you go to pre-trials to the courts, you could rack up 20-something mediations in a day. That's just in a day. Different courthouses you go to, you call up and say, hey, I just got my certification. I would like to volunteer and do some mediation with your court. And they'll let you come in and do that. If you have community organizations there and say, hey, I would like to do some volunteer work so I can learn how to do, so I could be better at doing mediations, they'll allow you to do that. But for me, it was the courthouses. I went to 3 different courthouses and I was doing their pre-trials. Each one of them had pre-trials on a different day. And I went and I did all their pre-trials for them. And when I tell you, because when you do pre-trial cases, you learn a lot because it's not cookie cutter. Every case is completely different. You got landlord and tenant disputes. You have debt cases. You have a lot of financial cases. You have, we call them neighborhood disputes, where it's two neighbors having a dispute. You have commercial disputes that would come in. So it's like pretrial is where you get everything. So it's good to do pretrials because you get everything. So you get, every time you go to pretrial you get something new. So that's what worked for me.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So another person, Codina is asking, please, sir, for us here in Nigeria, is there any link to go for available conferences there in the US? For us in Nigeria.
Nigeria, is there any link to Google for available conferences there in the US? I guess you would have to go on Google and see, because the Florida bar has their stuff every year that they actually do, but I don't know if it's open to everybody outside of the United States. I guess you'll have to Google. Let me see. I know there's a lot of ADR conferences, but most of them want you to go to it. Let me see if there's any major ADR conferences in the US. See, ADR conference. ADR conference 2024. Let's see. So the American Bar Dispute Resolution has a conference. Let me see, and how they do their zone. So their zone is in San Diego, and that's it just passed. That was in April. You have to go on and register. I think it was online too. Most of them is putting it online that you could log in and you could see what's going on. So the American Bar has one. Let's see, annual conference, ADR.gov. That's another government conference, Florida conference for 7. Let's see. It's Florida courts. So a lot of the courts actually have their own Federal Dispute Resolution Training Conference. JAMS has one. Let me see what day their own. So JAMS have a conference. And I'm trying to see, it's saying they have conference and they have webinars. So JAMS is another one that has one. So you'll have to go on the JAMS website and see. That's one of the big panels that everybody tries to get onto. So JAMS is another one that everybody tries to get onto for arbitration and mediation. Let me see. ADR schedule. US CVent. Let me look at CVent and see what CVent has. And that's another thing too. I always have two computers. I have three computers that surrounded me. So whenever my clients or I'm working with attorneys and attorneys is hitting me with different legal languages and statutes, I always go on my computer and I always look up those statutes to see what they're talking about. And then I could counter back to them and say, well, I see where you're talking about statute 6485-15, subsection B, that you're talking about, but I'm looking at subsection C where the law states XYZ, XYZ. So I always have another computer in front of me to help me look up different cases at the same time. Or unless you have a computer where you have two monitors and you have one computer, you can hook different monitors up, where you could have shared screens and you could look different things up to assist you at the same time. It seems like let me see, up and coming conferences. So those seem like the only big conferences they have for ADR right now is the JAMS, the American Bar. But again, you could use Google and see if you could find any other and just see. I know France have one also in Paris, has a big mediation conference. Very, very sharp on that one there. I've actually viewed that one. I've actually been invited to do a speaking engagement out there, but unfortunately at the time I could not fly out to Paris to do it. If they ask me this year, then I more than likely probably would go.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Someone is asking, testimony is asking, please, sir, how long have you been in this business, sir?
Okay, so in business, I started off in business negotiation. And business negotiation, I've been doing it for 10 years, and that's negotiation for businesses. And that's mergers and acquisitions, different contracts. I've helped negotiate different contracts, also partnerships. So in the business world negotiation, I've been doing it, which business is part of the ADR to negotiate, is part of the ADR pyramid. And as far as mediation, shockingly, this is my 5th year. So being my 5th year in doing this as a mediator, that's why I'm glad to share that part with you, because a lot of people think that I'm super, been doing it for 20-something years. No. And I'm glad to share this with you guys that I've been doing this for 5 years. That could show you that my grind, how serious my grind is. In 5 years, I've been in countless magazines, countless TV interviews, and on different podcasts. So, and now if you Google my name, I pop up just about every single where on Google, on different podcasts, magazines and stuff. So I wanted to show you guys that you could do this in 5 years, 4 years, if you just have to put the work in. You can't sit there and thinking that work's gonna come to you. You have to go out there every day. I'm home. And you could even use AI. If you're not great with writing articles, find a little topic that you want to talk about. Go on ChatGPT. Don't be afraid to use it. ChatGPT, that's another tool. Go on ChatGPT, type in, I would like to do a simple post on ADR in Nigeria. Let ChatGPT write it out. When ChatGPT writes it out, take it, go in there, and now add your own words to it and do a spell check on it. And then you post it. That's how you get out there. You got to constantly be out there talking about your practice, talking about what you do. You got to constantly be out there. And you could be rise to this just like me, because on LinkedIn, everybody's watching. Now, how I got extra successful on LinkedIn, I'm gonna share this with you. This is my secret sauce. I always believe in sharing information to people. A lot of people always believe, well, I'm gonna keep the information to myself because I don't want nobody to know. No, I believe in sharing the information. There's enough money out there for all of us to make. So on LinkedIn, when you go on LinkedIn, don't be trying to connect with every friend of yours that's in your neighborhood. They can't pay your bills. Connect with form connection with judges, send connection requests to judges, send connection requests to attorneys, send connection requests to university professors, send connection requests to people who have podcasts, send connection requests to people who have their own TV shows, magazine editors. Those are who you want to have friends with you on your LinkedIn connection. That way, when you're doing a post on LinkedIn about ADR, all those people need content. Podcasters need content. Magazine companies need content. The TV producers, they need content. So if they see something out there that you post and they like, they will send you a request and say, hey, we would like to do an interview with you. Now that's how you're getting out there. And after you do your first TV interview and you post that, everybody see you out now. Now you'll be starting to become popular. And just keep posting about things in the ADR field, like construction. Like I'm getting ready to do an article on construction. I don't got a magazine that already done have the article out there. So again, you have to continue posting your stuff out there and using LinkedIn. Don't be trying to connect with every single body. I only connect with people on LinkedIn as C-level executive business owners and things like that. So that's how you're gonna get out there, especially with the attorneys. You want to definitely connect with a lot of attorneys because they have rosters that they would put you on their roster. If they like what you're doing, they would put you on their roster. And then if they have a case that they feel it should be mediated, they will contact you and say, hey, I would like to have you mediate this case for me. So that's my bread and butter that I'm just giving you guys a little, I call it my little nuggets.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. So again, in a short period of time, I elevated all the way out there. So you guys can do that too. So don't let nobody stop you, but you got to put the work in it. There's nobody can give you nothing for free. There's no free meal. Any more questions?
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
This wonderful session. On behalf of the management of Settlement House ADR Training Institute and its governing body, we want to appreciate you especially for creating time and very early hours of this morning to teach on ADR. We are very, very grateful. I believe that the participants have learned how they can start up a mediation practice and add value to themselves, position themselves for a global practice. I believe that they also are encouraged by your story that you have been practicing for about 5 years and you have done exceedingly well, wonderfully well, and you have established your presence all over. We're very, very, very happy. So before we go, before you go, we'd like to have a group photograph again. So please, everyone, put on your camera. Let's have a snapshot. Okay. Please put on your camera. Let's have a snapshot. We are going right away. Are we good to go?
Not yet. They still have more people loading.
Okay.
You got just a couple more people still got to load their camera.
Okay. Okay, I can see our next speaker, who happens to be the chairman of the governing body of Settlement House ADR Training Institute. While we take the photograph, let me invite her to appreciate our speaker. That's my boss. I believe that you have met her, Mr. Joseph, some times ago. Ms. Ankamama, if you are with us, you can appreciate our speaker for a job well done.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, George.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Thank you so much for obliging us once again. Thank you for that robust discussion. I was jumping in and out of the classroom because I was doing some other things. Thank you so much for taking your time, inconveniencing yourself this early morning to be with us. We're so grateful. And we believe that from here, you will have more Shati accredited mediators. One day you will meet them in the US and you welcome them with a very warm handshake. That I'm very sure of. Thank you so much and God bless you.
Yes, and again, if any of them would like me to be a mentor to them, they have my information, and I have no problem in, setting up a Zoom call with them and, assisting them in whatever they need to be assisted in. I can always set up a Zoom call with them, so they have my information because, again, you always need a mentor, especially a lot of different countries have been patterning off of what the United States has been doing, and other states in the United States have been patterning off of Florida mediation bylaws, because Florida is one of the strictest states when it comes to mediation and what you can and can't do as a mediator. So sometimes holding Florida Supreme Court certified mediator certification, other states see that as a high level of achievement because of the heavy standards that Florida has for mediators. And Florida is kind of like one of the founders of the mediation court practice. So everybody else pattern off of what Florida does. So again, if they ever need someone to mentor them, I'm always available.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think we could speak off camera on this, collaborating with Shati to see how we can, is it possible for us to get accreditation from the Florida Mediation Center? Is that something that's possible?
I would have to get with Mr. Lloyd and see how that could work. And I could get with my contacts at the Florida Dispute Resolution Center and see how they could work in conjunction with you guys.
Perfect.
Okay, actually, we have had a conversation with Lloyd, with Mediation Training Academy, and who happens to be one of the #1 trainer for those who want to become certified court annexed mediators, either Supreme Court mediators in the US. So we will follow up with that conversation and see that those who are interested in becoming either circuit or county certified mediators in Florida, the United States of America, we will actually get in touch with them and organize ourselves. Mr. George is a trainer. Unlike the way we do our training, you have to have a particular trainer. So I was privileged to take part in that training sometimes last year. Mr. Joseph was my trainer, and Mr. Lloyd was the primary trainer, and it was been very, very wonderful. So we will work out modalities for those in this training and others who are interested in partaking in that training in collaboration with Shati, and we'll be able to do that. I will brief you properly later on.
Okay, please do that with George, and let's know that some of us coming in from the US, some are in Canada, some are in Ghana in this training. So it's an opportunity to network and collaborate internationally. So we're very grateful, George, for that. We hope to hear more clarity from your end with Lloyd and then with the CEO of Shati. Thank you very much.
No problem. And then the next thing too is you guys have there's an African Chamber of Commerce here in the United States. They're very active. So I think with you guys, I think there's a Nigeria Chamber of Commerce here too. So you guys getting with the chamber, and the chamber, they could work some stuff out also, because some of these chambers have connections in the legal industry, and it could be something that they work out. Because I know in like the heavily Nigerian population, like in New York, I think Miami area, you guys could set up your own internal ADR practice through the chamber, through your Nigeria Chamber of Commerce. And that way that, you know, when people come in from the settlement house, they could be governed under the settlement house. So that's another way to work it, where it's governed under the settlement house, where they could get paid, because the courts looking for like people who could speak these languages too, and it's hard for them to find interpreters. So that's another thing that the court is looking for too, is they're looking for interpreters who speak these languages, because, you know, some people come from over there and they don't speak the language too fluent, so they be looking for interpreters. But if they have someone from the settlement house that's represented here in the United States through the chamber, the Nigeria Chamber of Commerce, that could be a way where people coming from over there can, you know, streamline and have jobs through the settlement house here in the US.
All right, perfect. We will follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, George.
No problem.
You'll have a wonderful trip, a wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And
thank you very much, George. Thank you. We really appreciate you.
No problem. I'm going to eat breakfast, and then I'm going to head out to my next mediation case. I got an early case.
Thank you.
Okay, so you guys take care. It's been a pleasure being here and training the young minds of tomorrow. So you guys take care and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, and you too.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. Yes.
Bye.
Okay, thank you very much, George, for that wonderful presentation and time. Without waste of time, today we are privileged and fortunate to have the chairman of the governing body of Settlement House ADR Training Institute as our trainer for today. And without waste of time, we will try to, we have sent you the profile of our chairman, and you can also see it. We'll try to share it with you. Mrs. Ankama Roskana Galadima is a CEDA accredited mediator. CEDA stands for Center for Effective Dispute Resolution, certified mediator. She is an arbitrator. She has been, she is a negotiator. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. In fact, she is the chairman, current chairman of the Kaduna branch, Kano branch of Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. She has been someone who has been into the alternative dispute resolution arena since the time that she was young in secondary school, and she has been helping her mates to resolve disputes. So she has acquired these skills formally and informally, and now she has been certified both locally and internationally in different institutions and organizations in ADR. She has wealth of experience. She handles labor matters. She takes talk show on television, on radios, on ADR, on conflict resolutions. She's a lot of things. We have sent it. We may not be able to read out all the profile, but I believe that once you look at it on your website, when you look at it on your training platform, you will see. But for avoidance of doubt, let me just quickly share profile with you so that you see. She's someone who is very, very soft-spoken, very friendly. It's someone that you want to relate with. I believe you can see. She's someone you will love to relate with. She's a lot of things when it comes to this alternative dispute resolution. She has an ADR organization called Secure Services, where she trains people in the means of peaceful resolution of disputes and conflicts. Without waste of time, join me. Welcome our one and only chairman of the governing body of Settlement House and our facilitator for today. Thank you. She is going to be taking us on understanding personality type as one of the important aspects of ADR.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Nanchan, for this beautiful introduction. I am humbled. I said earlier on the first day that I am introducing myself to you as a learner because we are all learning. I've learned a lot from the previous speakers whom I was privy to be in their meetings. And I'm going to learn more even as I take this class this morning. I will learn from myself and I also learn from you in the course of the interaction. So it is going to be an interactive session. So stay tuned and let's run through personality traits or personality types. I'll be putting up the video so that I can have very strong bandwidth here. So pardon me for that.
I think it's still okay, ma. It's fine.
It's okay. It's okay?
Yes, it's good. Just leave it like that. I think it's good. We like to see your face.
If you say so. You learn to see my face. Because it's interrupting with, well, on and off, I might be putting on and off the video, so never mind. I just want you to concentrate on the slides, and when I'm done, I will still put on the video. So pardon me, let me put it off, and we work with the slides so that I can magnify them, because I'm using a smaller system here. Okay?
All right,
So
ma'am.
good morning, everyone. It's still morning or afternoon now, slightly afternoon. Now, let's look at understanding personality types. Let me just give you like 5 minutes and then we do a little bit of interaction. If you want to answer, you can just raise your virtual hand and the control house will enable you to speak. So what did you learn from the last class, the last session in setting up a mediation practice? And somebody just give me 1 or 2 things that he or she has learned, or should I call names? If you don't answer me, I will call names. Is Abdullah Raji in the house? Abdullah Raji, are you in the house? Yes, please answer the question. What did you learn from the last session? Enable him to speak, please.
We had to disable.
Okay. Say he's trying to unmute his No, you have to allow him. Just allow him for like 2 minutes. Let's have a refresher.
So it's because we had a lot of interruptions, even though we requested that people who are not speaking should put on off their.
Okay, in that note, let me just take my class and then we'll put on
Go ahead. He can unmute now.
He can unmute now?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Raji, can you speak up, please, if you're there?
Yes, good afternoon, ma. This is Abdullahi Raji, and
Yes.
I learned a lot from the previous class. But one of the points I held very well was when he said you should market yourself, because you can't just say, okay, you are a mediator and you are not out there marketing yourself. No one will even know of your existence. And there are previous ways, there are numerous ways you can market yourself. Get yourself a website, a business card, publicize yourself and all that. And also you should also get a mentor who will keep leading you, because no one is above learning. There are still a lot to learn. So even when you are a mediator, you should still find yourself a mentor who will keep leading you towards the right way. And also
Thank you very much. I think
yeah,
that's sufficient. I will give you more time to talk. Thank you very much. Now, talking on marketing yourself. Thank you very much. You can mute everybody. I'm taking class now. I just wanted to build on what George has laid, and very fundamental in all of his classes. He will always tell you that you have to market yourself. In other words, we say brand yourself. Now, if you learn the skills and you just drop the certificate or you hang it on the wall, and anytime any of your friends comes in and say, well, I need mediate whenever, and you ask you, what's your experience? And then you say, not yet. Now, you heard Mr. George saying that he did volunteer work in the courthouse. Even if you're not going to do the volunteer work in the courthouse, you can just go there and observe. Anywhere you find yourself, you can go and observe. There are, especially when it comes to other ADR processes, you can go to the multi-door courthouse and just register and tell the registrar that you just want to learn, you want to observe. A couple of people used to come around when we're having mediation, and we take them through the opening phase. And then when it comes to private sitting, we excuse them. But at least you're knowing the nitty-gritties of the mediation process. So that is very fundamental. Now, the next thing we're going to do, having made up your mind to be a mediator, there is something very fundamental that will help you to be successful as a mediator, and that is understanding personality traits or personality types. What is personality? Personality talks about human behavior, and human behavior is a very complex dynamics, very complex and very nebulous. Understanding human behavior is never an ending task. You keep pursuing to know yourself first, and you know why people behave the way they behave, know why people make choices, why they are making these choices. So it is very dangerous for you to categorize people as the same because they are not behaving the way you're behaving. It is also very dangerous for you to write people off in the name of, well, these guys don't know what they're doing because you lack the understanding of their genetic makeup. So the genetic makeup, the psychological makeup of an individual determines the way he behaves. It determines the way he interacts with the society. It determines the way he responds to crisis, determines the way he responds to conflict, and also determines the way he will proffer solution to those conflicts. So personality refers to the long-standing traits. We're sharing slides now, and patterns that propel individuals to consistently think, feel, and behave in a specific way. Our personality is what makes us unique individual. I've already laid the foundation that the fact that others are not behaving the way you're behaving and you're wondering why is this guy very absurd is because you don't know his personality type. When you know his personality type, you will excuse him for every behavior because no two persons possess the same personality traits. Now, the manner in which we interact with other individuals and the world around us is propelled by our unique personality. Of course, we react differently to some situations simply because we have different personalities and temperament. So personality is the characteristic set of behavior, cognitions, and emotional patterns that evolve from our biological and environmental factors. We inherit traits. The society we grow up shapes the traits. So where you have some fundamental traits that are running through families, you find out that your exposure to the environment will still make you not exposed to the same environment as you are. So if I am born in Sokoto, though the innate Igbo tendencies will be in me, there is a way I will relate with a northerner when I find myself outside Sokoto that will be different from my own brother or sister who lived. There's a way he will react to him. Why? Because the environment has acted and contributed to the way I respond. That temperament and personality are two different things, but they are interconnected. So, the how of your behavior, while personality describes or why they do things. Behavior is the how, personality is the why. Behavior is outward. When the behavior is manifested, you have to go back and check what kind of personality is this. Give you the answer why he's doing things the way he's doing such things. So temperament and personality from early childhood, and it stays with us throughout our life span. Temperament is psychology. Temperament personality concerned with the emotional disposition and reactions, and their speed and intensity. The term is often used to refer to prevailing mood or mood patterns of a person. You hear people say this man is introverted, extroverted, or he's a sadist, or is this. Now he's displaying his temperament, but his personality is interwoven. His personality and his temperament brings out the person you see. So when you understand the temperament and you understand the personality of yourself first, when we come to emotional intelligence, we talk about that, but you have to know your own personality. You have to know your own strengths. You have to know your weaknesses. Now, today we're dealing with you understanding the personality of the parties that will appear before you in a dispute. When two types of personalities appear before you in a dispute and you don't know their differences, you're likely going to have a very hard mediation session. But if you understand their personalities, you know that this is personality, this is his personality, and this is his temperament. You know the other party, this is his personality and his temperament. Then you'll be able to harmoniously help them to resolve their conflict or dispute. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes. So next slide. Okay, are we there? We're looking at type A personality. There are 4 types of personalities that we'll be discussing, even though a combination of 1 or 2 of them may be manifest. You have to find out which is the dominant personality that the person possesses. So a type A personality person is that of a complex pattern of behavior and emotions. It includes excessive emphasis on competition, aggression, impatience, hostility. A type A personality, which is also known as the drivers, is characterized by competition. They always feel the need to win in any situation. They are usually not good negotiators. Now, a type A personality person, under the rules or under what you call the psychology of behavior, a type A person is someone who is outwardly very, very ambitious. Now, let me make you run down memory lane back to your primary school. For nursery school, there isn't much competition because children are just there they are just there to learn. But even from nursery school, you begin to pick the personalities of your friends. Now, as I'll be discussing the personalities, your mind will be running to check your own personality and the personality of your friend. So running back memory lane, go back to people in your primary school that are highly competitive, very, very strong-willed, but they are very impatient. And when you pass them in a test, until the next test, if they pass you, then they will remember to call you as their friends. In your classroom or in your setting, right back from primary school, let's just give me a virtual hand, a wave or a thumbs up. Let me see if you're able to pick somebody. Yes, I'm checking the chat. You don't know anybody? Okay, yes, good, good, yes, yes. Secondary school, yes, perfect, yes. Okay, even in the university, you'll be able to pick them up, but it's already coming in because of pressure, because of exposure. But this kind of person, you pick them early in the primary school. Now, Erickson, he described them as the red-colored persons. What does the red color mean? It signifies danger. If you're not careful, a type A person will run you down. And so they are very powerful. They are very independent. They are very straightforward. They don't have time for mixing words. They say the truth to your face and they don't care. They are not interested in how you feel. Get the goal. They are goal-getters. And actually, they are usually problem solvers. They solve problems. They have so much energy, and whenever they are in a place, of drawing people to them because of the qualities of leadership that they have. They are usually born leaders. Now, description of what do I call it now? Not personality, the behavioral pattern. They are usually, in their own mode of temperament, they are cholerics. Cholerics, Kimberly calls them the drivers. They like to drive everybody. They like to determine where you're going to. They like to take you where you want to go to. They like to help solve problems, even when you don't invite them. So they are usually born leaders. So when you see somebody coming into the mediation sitting room and is trying to take charge of the discussion, and find out that this person's personality is that of a type A personality, is a choleric, it's a born leader. And then according to Bob Phillips, it describes them as drivers. In the medical field, they're usually very, very good surgeons, very good doctors. If you have a doctor that is a type A person, when people spend 1 hour or 2 hours to perform a surgery, a type A person can spend just 15 or 30 minutes to perform a surgery because they are not interested in waste of time. They always want to set goals and they always get it. Actually, in the dictionary of a type A person, they can fail 10 times, they will still try it because they hate to be defeated. So they don't give up easily. So if you're one of such persons, clap for yourself because you are a born leader. I will not talk about your weaknesses because this is, and this type of persons, the type A persons that we're talking about, those that we call the red flags, drivers. There are some famous people that you know that are type A personalities. So can you just write in the chat box, in world politics, in the religious community, in the social strata, can you just write down the person that you think is a type A personality? Just write it in the chat box. I'm checking right now. And I will check if you actually get 1 or 2. Yes, is anybody writing? Funke Adele, yes. Is that Jennifer? Yes, yes. Donald Trump, yes. Yes.
And they can speak if you want them to speak.
No. Just on the chat box. Chat box, please. So that we can manage our time. Yes. So this person's a typical type A persons. Martin Luther King Jr. He never took no for an answer. And you could see that they are visionary people. Paul in the Bible, Margaret Thatcher, shaped the whole of the economy of Britain, Great Britain, actually, the United Kingdom as of then. And since Margaret Thatcher came on board as a Prime Minister of Great Britain or United Kingdom, I think except for, when was that? Somebody acted for just a few minutes or few minutes or few months. You remember, for those of you that, if you're more than 40, at least you know that you remember the days of Margaret Thatcher. And I remember that one of my classmates in the primary school, They named their mom a single mom. They lost their dad when they were quite young. But she raised all her children and she raised them very well. So they nicknamed her Margaret Thatcher. And I remember that there were sometimes some of us will look at some of our lecturers and just nickname them, you know, teachers, particularly in secondary school. You just look at somebody and just give him that nickname. So these are the type A persons. And then we have Napoleon the Great. How many of you did history? And you remember the adventures of Napoleon the Great. So this is the personality of a type A person. So when a type A person appears before you and he has a conflict, then you always remember that he's an impatient person and he's always in a hurry to resolve his conflicts. They are very domineering. They want to take charge of the whole situation. They are very ambitious. Success is associated with them. I've told you, there's not of a type A personality. If they fail 10 times, they will go back 10 times and repeat it. That is why you have light. A type A person dared to defer failure. So let's look at type B personality. Next slide. Type B, let's see who are the type B persons. All right. Now the type B persons are generally easygoing people, very relaxed and highly flexible. They are not associated with any stress. Anything that will stress a type B person, he will drop it. And they are more widely appreciated. They are good negotiators in the workplace. They are very outgoing. They are very energetic. They are fast-paced, and they enjoy being the center of attraction. So a type B person, a type B personality, is someone who is described by Thomas Erickson as the yellow flag. Thomas Erickson describes this group of persons as the yellow flags, while Bob and Kimberly describes them as the expressives. They express themselves. That's why they always want to be the center of attraction. They express themselves in a way that you must notice them. I am available, I'm here. And so their characteristics are people that are very creative with their hands. There are people that are, they just sit down, they imagine things and they put their hands on deck and they bring out something good. Like I said, they are very easy outgoing. They don't have space for offenses, so they can take life as it comes very easy. They are very charming. They are usually entertainers. So most of the beautiful entertainers in the entertainment industry in Nigeria are usually type B personalities, very expressive. They know how to express themselves. And because they always want to express themselves, they are usually very bad listeners. You took the class on active listening. A type B person will not actively listen. You only listen to what is in his brain. And when you ask him what you said, you say, oh, I thought you said that, because they don't have the patience to listen, but they want you to concentrate on them. They are usually the sanguines. We call them Sarah the sanguine, according to Tim LaHaye, in temperament. And so the examples of the type B persons are Bill Clinton, very charming person. Peter the Apostle in the Bible. Ronald Reagan. You remember Ronald Reagan, United States of America? One other person whom we term as a very terrible human being is Jezebel in the Bible. Remember that Jezebel will ask her husband, why are you lying down? Don't you know you're the king of Israel? And she will go for adventure. So they are very, very optimistic, very cheerful, and sometimes they behave very childish. These are people that are not associated with stress. You can hardly find them having hypertension. High blood pressure is very far away from them. But for a type A, because they are always after success. But a type B person life easy as it comes, easy. If we get something to eat today, to God be the glory. So they don't bombard their system, harming people, and they are very relaxed. And Beverly. Next. Yes, can I have type C? All right, why type C is coming up? Are called the green flags, according to Thomas Erickson. They are called the green flags. What does green signify? What does green signify? Just write the answer for me on the chat box. I'll look at it. For a type C person, these are detailed-oriented individuals who evolve themselves in a controlled, stable atmosphere. Their interest is in accuracy, rationality, and logic. They dislike crowd. They are the thinkers, and they are great scientists. Back to your primary school days, you realize that in primary school, there are some of your friends, when they go to school, they come back with their uniforms, their stockings, even their talking intact. They never remove their dress in school. They don't play on the playground. They are usually very composed, even though they are children. You always see them very organized. You always see them carrying their bags. They don't forget their notebooks. You know that some of us have children that you will have to drive home and come and carry his homework and take it back to the school for him. But a type C person will not forget his book. He will not forget his assignment. In fact, as he's coming back to tell you how detailed and organized a type C person is right from childhood, they are the kind of children that I don't need to remind them if they have done their homework. They are very organized. Called on duty, they are very balanced. They are very composed. They are actually easygoing because they avoid conflict. So any conflict situation, they run away from it. They are usually very faithful partners in marriage. If you have a type C person, you'll be lucky to have a faithful person in marriage. They are sacrificial helpers. They help to the detriment of their own interests. They can go to any length to make you happy. If you're happy, they are happy. Actually, their happiness does not really matter to them. They are very discreet, but they are perfectionists. If you are not being perfect in what you're doing, you will not go along with a type C person. They always play by the rules. They are also creative, and they are good inventors. A type C person is a very good listener. You can speak for 1 hour, and a type C person will sit quiet without interrupting you. And it's a very great skill for mediators. Like I said, they are allergic to conflict. And then Bob and Kimberly describes this kind of persons as amiables. They are very amiable fellows, very, very beautiful and sweet to live with such persons. But they easily get angry. When they get angry, you won't like them. And according to Tim and Beverly, they are the flex. We call them the flex, the phlegmatics. So that is a type C person. So what the example of type C persons? If you know a type C person in the secular world, just type in the chat box. While you're typing in the chat box, let me read out the names of those that are type C persons: the green flags, the amiables, the flags. How many of you remember Jimmy Carter? Jimmy Carter was one time American president. Jimmy Carter is one of them. Michelle Obama is one of them. You could see the way she conducted herself throughout the reign of her husband as the president of America. No noise around her, no conflict associated with her. Took care of the home front perfectly. Distinguished office from home affairs. Tackled home affairs as home affairs. When it's public affairs, she came out as the first lady. So you could see that she was quite organized. Princess Diana is also one of them. Abraham in the Bible, it's one of them. Mother Teresa, who remembers Mother Teresa? Mother Teresa is one of them. Gandhi of India is one of them. Esther in the Bible is one of them. Dale Carnegie, or Dale Carnegie, how do you pronounce that name? The one that wrote Emotional Intelligence and Effective Habits. He is a type C person. And above all, for those of us that are Christians, Jesus Christ is a type C person. Very sacrificial, to the point of giving his life for all of us. So that is the personality you will encounter when the person is a type C person. You don't usually have difficulty in resolving a conflict when a type C person is sitting in front of you, because by his genetic makeup, is allergic to conflict. So he can give up everything for peace. But that does not mean that you should allow the other party to take advantage of him by virtue of his personality. That is why you're being trained to know those things. So once you know that one of the parties is a type C person, in a conflict, he will usually appear to be the weaker person. So you must help to protect such personality when they come before you as mediators. So let's look at type D. Okay, yes, I said Kimberly calls them the amiables. They're very amiable people. So let's look at type D personality. The type D person. Thomas Edison describes the type D person as the blue flags, blue colored flags. And Kimberly and Bob describes them as the analyticals. And they are the melancholics according to Tim and Beverly. Can we have type D personality? Type D personality, yes.
We can. Hello,
It's
ma.
a deep
We
process.
can.
Yes. Sorry?
Go ahead. It is there.
Yes. Okay, a type D person are people that take life very, very, very easy. They are very secured in their job. In fact, a type D person can work in one position all the entire life, all of his entire life, I mean, because they are secured in one job and they are happy doing a repetitive routine and they are afraid of change. So that's why you go to some offices, you will find out that one secretary has been a secretary for all the executive directors so long as her time permits her in the office. Once they become skilled in one particular skill, as a result of repetition, they remain there and they do not want to change. They don't like changing rules. So they are called the stereotypes. They are called the stereotypes, like I said. Kimberly and Bob calls them the analyticals. The analyticals, the melancholics, the blue flags, because they are used to routine, they are very accurate in whatever they are doing. In fact, some secretaries are more perfect in taking minutes. I'm talking about confidential secretaries. They are, in fact, their bosses rely wholly on them to perfect their documentations because they don't make mistake. They are very accurate. Because they are detail-oriented, they are very cautious in what they are doing. If they are doing a particular task and you interrupt them, they will rather postpone it and leave it to a convenient time so that they don't make mistakes, because they are scared of making mistakes. They are very methodological. They are like the Methodists, follow a particular method to the end. And they are very systematic. These are people that are very orderly. They are very good in the military. They are very thorough. They are the melancholics. The examples of type D personality, the examples of blue flags, the analyticals. Who remember Mr. Spock from Star Trek? How many of you watched that program, Star Trek? If you watch Star Trek, Mr. Spock is one. Mr. Spock is one of them. Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein is one. It is repetition and consistency that made him to discover what he discovered. We have Isaac Newton. You have the Newton law. It's consistency that brought about this. You have Charles Darwin, for those of you that did literature. And then we have William Shakespeare. It's repetition upon repetition that makes them to be experts in their field. And then we have one famous person known as Condoleezza Rice, the former Secretary to the United States. I think during I can't remember when she was, I can't remember again, but I know she was one time Secretary to the United States of America. So these are the examples of a type D person. Now, when you look at the personality of a type D person who is a blue flag, when it comes before you, what you notice is that they hardly change their attitude. Their attitude. And when particular traits, you have to apply the skill, understand that though you understand that this is his gender, and therefore, if somebody to be problem. So looking at all these personalities, how does that affect in a way that you'll be able to understand the personalities of the people in disputes, to handle somebody that it's a type, validate his excesses. Because you want to dominate the entire process. His excesses, then you have helped his ego, then you will stabilize and give. Now for a type C person who is an amiable, what you need to do a way out of this conflict. Because like I said, very, very calm. They don't everything for peace. So in the course of may likely injure themselves, but they will not say it. You talk about ADR, particularly when you mediation, it is always a party no go back feeling bad. Make sure that you elevate them to a point of balance, because it is not even possible. But at least let it be a ratio of 65-55 or 60. There should be a middle ground where they can be comfortable with what they are taking home. More about the personality traits, keep reading about their personalities, keep understanding and keep from the introduction part that human behavior is very nebulous, is very complex. 100%. If a situation happens tomorrow, he might change. He was not exposed to that particular scenario when he will behave in a different way because he's exposed to something. So be this image at the time is. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been dismayed or disappointed? So give me the answer in the chat box, if yes or no. Yes, very allergic to conflicts. Very. I was able to maintain one wife. I told you that they are very faithful partners. Chat box, if you have ever been disappointed, well, just type yes or no. Yes. Yes, I can see yes. Mm-hmm. See person two. Somebody is writing my daughter is type A. Now that you know. Yes, a lot of times, yes. You know that you are not perfect with your behavior. You were just displaying your image. That is what happens. What are your weaknesses and what are your strengths? Class CEO, do we take this class? Do we take it in any of it? If we don't, we incorporate it in one of the training manuals. So the moment you know you're to suspend a meeting, you know when to close a meeting, you know when to adjourn a meeting, you know when to walking out of them, you excuse, the word is excuse. You know how to excuse yourself from a meeting and get a. Have you ever asked yourself, why did I do that? When you ever asked yourself, why did I do that? Let me have the answer. Have you ever asked yourself that question? Chat box. Yes. So what was the answer that you got? Self-reflection now. So self-reflection. What answer did you get when you asked yourself, why did I do it? Yes, any more response? Have you ever asked yourself? In fact, some of us go to the point of, like me personally, I will sit down and I will call my, did you do this? Why? And I'll begin to rationalize and I'll take stock. There's a place I need to adjust. I will tell myself, you need to adjust here. So self of a good mediator, so that you don't throw yourself. Now looking at all of this, understanding the behaviors will make you a better mediator than someone who just trained as a mediator, whether the person trained in Harvard or trained in Australia or he trained in the palace. If the person does not have of what personality is a struggling mediator. Position, and sometimes parties sometimes they will come to accept change them. If you're able to get them to sit on the same table to talk, give him with your own temperament. So, like I said, in conclusion, behavioral development, but the environment shapes it all. So what you are exposed to determines how you behave. Thank you. I will take questions now. We still have, I think I still have some time. Hello? Yeah, thumbs up,
Go
please.
ahead, ma. Go ahead, ma.
Okay. The class, let's take questions.
Okay, so we have Gloria on them.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, knowing your temperaments and all personalities and all that, and then probably when you exhibit who you are, and then probably in the environment, it's always as if you are. I mean, persons tend to feel you are, going overboard. Do you need to work on your temper? Is it some people will telling persons to work on them? Knowing your temperament, and then since it is who you are either a type like that, and then do you need to start remolding yourself to suit an environment, to suit some persons, or do you need to just go ahead and be who you are and live your life? So, thank you.
First and foremost, everything you're doing is for yourself. Because if you want to change your environment, change your temperament or personality, I don't know how many people you're going to be responding to. So it is for you. Don't try to please people. That is why you do it. Is this thing correct? Or why did I do this? That is wrong. You work on yourself. It's for your own benefit. Unmindful about your environment, shaped by inheritance, by traits, and then by your exposure environment. Somebody that's schooled in the day, their disposition to life will definitely be different. For the betterment of yourself, so that you can live a happy life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Yes. Yes, I can see another one. Oh,
yes, ma. Yes, my question goes like this. I'm Glory
Yes,
Onenbaka.
Okay.
While we're taking the personality types, I discovered that I cut across almost all of it. I can find myself a bit in all of it. So now in this situation, how do I navigate? Maybe I'm trying to negotiate and I discover that a particular threat is popping up. How do I navigate? How do I control myself in that instance? And if there is a means, yes, ma'am. If there is a means of controlling myself, I just want to know.
All right. It's possible. You have all the traits. There is a particular type that is dominant. the particular type of a personality that dominates the rest. If you are a controlling person, you're likely going to be a person. You're likely going to be a goal getter. You want to get results quickly. There's a possibility that you're going to be because you are a goal getter, you're going to be outgoing, easy. And there is a possibility that by you would have disciplined yourself to be faithful. Is that correct? Finally, you will discover that you want people to give you accurate information because you are a dominant type A. This is scattered all through, but there is a particular one that dominates yourself. If I still give you a self-assessment now, it's unfortunate we normally give self-assessment. You will tick all of them in all of the personality, tell you your dominance. So maybe you will enroll for the advanced class. We'll be able to tell you who you are. In fact, there is no singular person that has the one streamlined personality. There must be a combination of 2 or 3. Of 2, but one definitely dominates the other. So that makes the difference. All right. Any other question? Yes, somebody, let me see the chat box. Someone wrote a question. Okay, Temidayo, yes, Temidayo, please. Can you speak up? Okay.
Oh, all right. Good afternoon, Ma. Thank you
Good
so
afternoon,
much
how are you?
for the very well, Ma. Very well. Thank you so much for this enlightening session. I find it very interesting and relatable. I like the fact that as you were talking, I was having names of people and I was like, so this guy, okay. I was yeah. So I just
Now
wanted
you
to
know,
ask a
now you
question.
know why they behave the way they behave.
I know why they behave the way they behave, right?
And you too,
So
you
I
now
just
know
have
why you
to
behave the way you behave.
exactly. So I have just 2 quick questions that are kind of aligned,
Yes,
right?
please.
So as a mediator,
yeah,
practically, when you see people who are on 2 ends of the personality
yes,
types, how
yes,
do
please.
you carefully navigate it such that you ensure that one or the other person, say a dominant person and a recessive person, or a more meek type personality type right now? So how do you manage it? And then also, in the case where you have parties that are the same personality type, and say you have 2 dominant personalities, how do you, I'm sure in your experience, man, you've actually had some experiences like that. So I don't know if you have some you can share with us and how you managed it. People who have the same personality type, the same dominant type.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma.
As a mediator is to validate their excesses. When I mean validate their excesses, those characters that are dominant in their exhibition. And then in order to bring them to the table, you could mention 1 or 2 of their weaknesses and say that I'm sure you're not comfortable for instance, the type A person, is very, very impatient. Very impatient. If you give a type A person a task, he would carry out that task within split seconds. But the type C person who is accustomed to details will not do that. So you can see that both parties are, let's say they are type A, they are dominant. What you need to do is to tell them their weaknesses and ask them that on this matter, they should exercise patience, they should learn. And you also tell them that, it is difficult for them to do that because it is not in their personality. When you tell somebody that that is not his personality, the first thing he will think in his mind is that you are a witch. But you have weakened him. You will bring him to table. So he will be able to calm down, and then they will be afraid of you mentioning another weakness, which by saying that I know you are not accustomed to sluggishness, you're not accustomed to laziness and all of that. So they'll be very mindful. They will listen. They will listen to you. That's the essence of this training, so that you can get their attention. Otherwise, if you don't have this training, two of them can bang the table and leave you there. One will shout and hit the table, the other one will shout and hit the table because none of them wants to calm down. So once you know their personalities, you'll be able to validate their good parts very well and thank them for coming, for choosing mediation and all of that. But tell them a little bit of their weaknesses. They'll calm down. They'll be able to talk with you. I've forgotten. Temida, you're still there. Yeah, somebody asked, is it possible to have a blend of types? Yes, Temida, are you okay with my answer? Temida, you're okay with the answer?
Maybe. Okay, I think he is. Thank you, Ma, for this information. Truly an eye-opener.
There's another
My
question here.
question is, can a person have a mix of personality? For instance, having some part of personality C and type D. Did you hear me, Ma?
Sorry, take the question again.
Can you have a mix of personality, like personality type C and type D mixed together?
Yes, very from Glory. Yes, you can. You can have a blend of two,
but dinner.
You need to know which one dominates the other one. Full of persons in different personalities, but from outside the country. We gave names of some people here in Nigeria. Yaradua, they are all type C persons, very accustomed to peace. They have their interest for peace. And then, so who knows the personality of our former? Give me the answer on the chat box. What is Baba Obasanjo's personality? And what about Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida? I still have a question here that I need to read while you're typing. Yes. Yes. Okay. Obasanjo, yes. Yes. All right, there's a question here that I need to read. Let me read this question. Is it understanding the
Somebody
personality?
say Obasanjo is type B.
He should have a blend, so he will see Of course, he has a trait of type B because he likes dancing. He's an easygoing person. That's why is it understanding the personality type alone that helps in resolving the conflict or the person's interests? If the person's interest isn't there, while you might have studied the personality, before you can get to the person's interest, you must know his personality. It's difficult for you to get to, because interest is the underlying factor. That conflict is conflict of interest that generates and gives birth to obvious conflict. It will be difficult for you to be able to get to his interest and bring it out. But if you know the person's personality, it is easier for you to talk to him in a interest and know what exactly is his interest in this matter. So communication, like you have been learning, communication skills, very, very important. Traits, there are some other things that you need to have at your fingertips in order to communicate effectively. Now, communicating to a type C person, and it's also different from the way you communicate to a type D person. If you go and shout on it, you won't get the results. But when you shout on a type A person, you're likely going to get communicate before you can get to the interest. So knowing the interest is important because that is what you're. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Type A, type B, I think both, yes. OBJ is A. If there's none, I think we'll draw the curtain so that you can stretch and prepare for the next class. Thank you very much. Yes, personality and interest are powerful tools. You have to know the interest of the party. If you're unable to get to the person's interest, you might not likely resolve that conflict. To understand the interest of the person so that you can help. Remember that as a mediator, you are a helper. For those of you that are Christians, you play the role of the Holy Spirit as a mediator. You just help them bring out the issues, put it on the table, tell them to evaluate, ever suggest, except if you're giving permission as a mediator. If you suggest the other party, the mediator that suggested, I didn't agree or I didn't say it. So when it comes to evaluative mediation, what card to play? But as a general mediator, help them to see the reasons, help them to find out what is their interest. And okay. Yes, I think on this notes, to a very good conclusion. You have a question, Mr. Ephraim.
I think
Mr.
Ephraim.
John? Okay, go ahead.
If you have a question, go ahead and ask, please.
Yes, okay. The question is, Mr. Ephraim's question is, can a person personality at the same time? Yes, we have said it's a combination, but you cannot exhibit the same on what circumstance you find yourself, and depending on what's around, what brings out what is inside of you, depending on the environment and the circumstances that you're exposed to. So it's very possible. No person has a single combination of one or two, but one dominates. Please, what is Buhari's personality? Yes, Aderonke is asking. Can you type? Can anybody give us the answer? What is Buhari's personality? Yes, is anybody helping us? He is more of type D, I think. Yes, any other person? Who can tell us the personality of Mr. President? Buhari is type A with a touch of C. Now you can see what environmental factors can do to your personality. When Buhari was the head of state, he displayed the characters of a type A personality as a military head of state. But when life hit him hard on different phases, to the recessive type D personality that he had. So the CEO, if I leave your people, they will keep me here. So on this note, this class has come to a close. Thank you so much for registering. Thank you for attending. Without you here, I would not be sitting and then giving out and sharing a little bit of my experience. So I appreciate now since mornings, right from Monday up to today. Just add a little patience and you will have value for your time, value for your money, and value for your investment. Thank you very much for having me. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that wonderful session. We are grateful. We we all appreciate you, Ma. Thank you. Thank you. I believe that
Everybody saying, we love you, Mom. I love you too all. Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you. We're happy to have you. We are grateful. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
All right, thank you.
So can you permit me to leave the...
All right, Ma, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
All right. I think if it pleases you, we can have a short break of like we can have a short break of, let's say, this is 1. Okay, 1:30. Let's come back by 1:30, right? So that you can go and read the practical simulation number 2. Check your platform. What is practical number 2? What is practical number 2? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, if you can hear me, can you say something? Now, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. I said you should read practical number 2. Let's return by 1:30. Then we'll use the normal break time to do the practical for 30 minutes as we prepare for the other session. So please, if you want to to go into groups to go and discuss, fine. If you want to take a short break, run around, exercise yourself, eat something, fine, but return here by 1:30 so that you must have read the practicals. Once you come, we'll break you into group and you will continue with your practical session on the, I think is, who can tell me what practical number 2 is? Practical number 2 is what?
Family disputes.
Is it family dispute?
Family disputes.
Okay, it's not landlord and tenant.
No, family dispute.
Okay. All right, so read family disputes and then we'll return by 1:30.
It's like they're unbreakable. Don't they? I see these actions.
Please, everybody needs to be here so that when we divide you into groups, we don't want people coming to say that they are not in a particular group. Or you see, this is the time we say we should come back by 1:30 so that we can break people into groups. So we'll break you into groups, and then immediately you are 3 in your group. Just start. What do you mean?
Gbogbo transfer ò wọlé o. Gbogbo transfer yẹn ò wọlé o.
instead of wasting time, let's just, those who are available, let's work with them. We'll break you into groups. Once you are in a group of 3, just commence.
Okay, sir. Your this thing yesterday, did it have any kind of record?
I have 16 minutes. 3 groups. 12. All right, 3. 12. It's once you join and you are 3 in your group, proceed. that day. Yes.
Good day, sir. There's nobody in the breakout rooms.
Out room are you? Which room are you?
The link keeps taking me to breakout room 1, and there's nobody there.
No problem. If you are there and your attention is not, Okay, so what do we do? How many people do we have here? Look at this. Now people are joining. Understand. You have been sent to group 1. Join. Just click on that this thing to join. If you see a prompt, all of you are sent to group 1. Join the group, please.
Hello, Madam Janet. Hello. Hello, George.
Yes. So, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Salamatu, good afternoon. Hello. Hello.
Is it the I just pray this network will not take me out of this.
Salamatu, good afternoon. I can hear you. You said? You were saying something. I didn't pick the last part.
Do you?
Wow. Can you hear me? Can you hear? Your network, I don't know, is completely down.
Hello, Josh. I'm just trying to join now. I don't know. The breakout room was difficult joining. Can't hear anything.
Is this the general platform?
Yes, this is the general platform. We are back to the general platform.
Okay, you are done with your own.
Yes, we have. So we exited the group, but I think one of ours in the platform there, in the meeting group, is having a challenge. So I had to go back to see if I can get him out of there. I think he's not so familiar with the device and all that. So I had
That's
to go back.
interesting. Yes.
I'm telling you. In fact, he didn't join the meeting. He didn't because at the end of the day, it was just Aderonke and I. So
Is
I had
it
to go.
Mr. Rio?
Yes, Mr. Rio. So since you are here now, you can hear me. Maybe you can go and help him out.
Hello,
There's
hello,
any way you
Joy.
can help him. Yes, is that a much?
Yes,
Okay, Mrs. Glory.
yes, I joined, but I think it's network. It was just reading, and I couldn't join. So I had to put up my phone and come up again, only to
Okay,
find
now you are.
I appreciate your good heart. You went and you are unable to bring.
I couldn't bring him back, so you go and try. Mrs. Glory, well done, ma'am. Now we are back in the platform. We're in the general platform now. So let's hear. Yes, but in the meantime, what do they call him? Which group are you in? Because we may not be in the same group.
That was the problem. The first group I think is the first group. I joined, but I couldn't hear them. They were just talking. I couldn't hear them. Yes. And now I tried joining your group. The same thing.
Yes, and then now we are finally out of our own group. We have all left. We are back
No
to the main group now.
There's no problem. Because I won't go back there. It was hard coming out.
Yes, because
even
if you go back now, most of them would have left by now.
It's okay.
Well done, ma. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yes.
This group is quite okay. This is the main group.
Yes, this is the main. This is the main group.
Your okay.
Where I give you none and never activate it yet. Carry that first one. This is another advice number 2.
All right, I believe that everybody is back here, right?
Room 2, we are here, sir.
Yes, we're back.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alaba, I don't know if you can hear me.
Sorry.
You have not connected your audio. You have not connected your audio. Okay. We are going to give you how was the experience? How many of you serve as mediators? Okay.
I served as a mediator.
Chima.
I also
Yes.
serve as a mediator.
I also served as a mediator, sir.
I also served as a mediator.
Okay, that's good. So I'm going to break you into group and you are going to use the next let's say the next 20 minutes to do another simulation number 3. Simulation number 3 is on what?
Landlord and tenant.
Yes. So if you have served as a mediator, you are going to serve as a party. So I'll break you into groups now. You go back. Are we together?
Yeah, we're here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we are with you, sir.
Yes, we are. We are together.
All right then. So we're going to have how many groups? Let's say 6 or 7. We want everybody to participate. 6 groups.
Audio din gaba ɗaya ba na
Once you go to your group, begin immediately. Once you get to your group, start immediately. Please,
I wish I can do some now.
Kamar ita hajiyar kafin hajiyar kofar to ita ce ma tsohuwa ba tana nan kan cika gidan da suke local house take irin gidan da mai daɗi ba yanda ba
Salamatu, please join group 1. Salamatu, join group 1. Wow,
ana kada da ake ta in dai za ka yi mutum ɗin da ba bis ba da kuma a yi ta conference kawai ta waya
Hello.
Okay, so those in the main group here, you can form a group and start your own quickly. Just continue in the main group.
Sorry, sir. I belong to group 3. The thing just logged me out. Can you please redirect me there, sir? Please.
Who is in group 3?
I'm in group 1, please.
Salamatu is in group 1.
Yes, with George. George Zaka.
Mr. Ephraim, which group are you? Again, is in any group.
Sorry about your son's whatever.
Yes, thank you. I just say there is one document.
Yes.
This one,
This one. Okay.
this one only. What happened to that document? The document that you gave me last time. The man never come.
The matter is on the 9th.
9.
9 of this month.
Okay. Remember
You can bring it. Let me put it in the file. Then E&R. One is E&R. And then
Hello? 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 Hello?
You're welcome, sir. We're happy to have you.
Everything went smoothly, and that's good. That is good. We've been able to solve it quickly, and that is really good. Thank you all for being my partners for this session. Do we have few minutes to join the other? We have few minutes to join the others, right? So 60,000 and 33,500. Yeah. Okay, so we can join the others.
Am I in the main group? Hello.
Oh, are we back? Maybe
Yeah,
we are.
we're back to
Maybe
the main
we're
group.
back. Because that's what I'm trying to understand.
Are
I
we
was
in the
speaking and
main?
suddenly I heard. I think we're in the main group.
You're welcome back.
Oh, okay. Thank
Mr.
you.
Victor, you're welcome. I believe that everyone had the opportunity to serve as a mediator. Mr. Victor, can you stop sharing screen? Okay, so we are welcome back to the general platform. I believe that everyone was had the opportunity to serve as a mediator and serve as a party as well. We are trying to see how we can compact the program to ensure that you have what it takes to do the needful. So we are very sorry when we if we are not able to give you breaks as expected, but we believe that everyone has taken part as a mediator, as a party thereabout. So without waste of time, we have our speaker here with us, Mr. Victor, sir. Can you hear us? Mr. Victor, can you hear me? Okay, so before he comes up, can those who have served as parties, I want somebody to tell me how is the performance of the mediator in your group in terms of what you have been taught, in the course of the training. So I need 3 people, 1 minute each, quickly.
Can I go on?
If you have served as a party, can you assess the performance of the mediator?
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
1 to 10, and why is that?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I served as a party. My name is Joshua Zakanyam. And on the scale of 1 to 10, I will rate the mediator at about 9. That's for the landlord-tenant issue. The mediator performed incredibly well. The cordiality, the opening speech, and then the allowing the parties to have, to air their minds. I think on a scale of 1 to 10, I will rate the mediator on a 9. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So 1 more person.
I will rate the mediator on a scale of 1 to 10. I'll rate from our group the mediator as 9 as well. He was fantastic in his opening speech, the way he addressed both parties and the way he went about the whole situation. He did so. That was for the family scenario. He was so fantastic.
Wow. It's nice to hear that. Thank you very much for that. I have Mayo Sore Olua says our mediator was good, impartial, and an active listener. I believe that everyone had opportunity one way or the other to serve as a mediator or a party. We want you to become conversant with the process. By God's grace, tomorrow we'll create time again to do more. We have been able to do 2 simulations. If we have time to give some feedbacks and constructive criticism, we will do so. But in the meantime, let us finish up. Mr. Victor, you have an hour thereabout. Let's see how far we can go.
Thank you so much, my brother, Mr. Nanchang, and everybody else. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Mr. Nanchang, do I have the reins of the floor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. This is how I plan to execute our discourse today. For the next 50 minutes, I will crave for your indulgence. And please, if I mention your name, don't feel offended at any given point in time. So today, our subject matter for the day is navigating impasses, stalemates in mediation. And I want to believe that at this point in time, we are all familiar or we've heard of this phrase before, stalemates or impasses. Now, for a moment, I want you to think of what's happening in our world today. Look at what's happening between Israel and Gaza. That's what we have a stalemate. That's a diplomatic stalemate. Look at what's happening right now in Sudan. That's a stalemate. And I think as students of mediation and conflict resolution, we ought to be aware of what's happening in our world today. So that's the best graphical illustration of what a stalemate or an impasse is. And with that said and done, I'd like us to get to the agenda of the day. Our agenda today is pretty short and crystal clear. My assignment is simple. And so for the next 50 minutes, I'll be speaking and you'll be listening. And I will try to spare maybe 10 minutes for us to cross-pollinate our thoughts, our opinions, and what we think about our presentation or what you think about stalemates. But before we get to our agenda for the day, we have got beautiful words here by one of the founding fathers of America, Abraham Lincoln. And this is what he had to say: discourage litigation, persuade your neighbors to compromise whenever you can. As a peacemaker, the lawyer has a superior opportunity of being a good man or person, if you like. There will still be business enough. Perhaps we've got lawyers, in the room today, and this is just a word of caution to you, or a word of encouragement to you, that mediation can go hand in hand with your practice as a litigator. And what do we mean by litigation? Litigation is a process of taking disputes to court. Now, there's nothing bad with that. But I think at some point, we need to be alive to the benefits and realities that accrue because of mediation. And having said this, I think we all have a responsibility to educate our society on the significance of mediation. So at all times, we are called to discourage litigation. Not every problem needs litigation. And as I say this, I am fully aware of the fact that we live in societies that are extremely litigious. Every matter we want to have it heard before a court, or you will see my lawyer, I will talk to my lawyer. Such kind of language still predominantly governs our societies. This is just a simple nugget for us. I don't know what you guys think about this, but maybe towards the tail end of my conversation, I'd like to pick your thoughts on these beautiful words on our screen. So on to our agenda. Our agenda is simple, as I echoed earlier on. Introduction, we'll get to look at what's an impasse or what's a stalemate in mediation. And then closely followed by that, we'll look at preambles to stalemates. What do I mean by preambles? Preambles are indicators. All right, somebody says, okay. Thank you for that, Gloria. And then thirdly, we look at strategies for navigating impasses. quite a number of strategies that we have today. However, I wish to submit to your attention that our strategies might not be conclusive, and therefore I just needed us to know that. And then last but not least, maybe we'll get to have a look at recommended texts. And at this point in time, I want to make the educated assumption that at this point in time, we've all gone through the module or the subject matter of negotiation in mediation, because it is in some ways the heart and soul of mediation. As a matter of fact, mediation is assisted negotiation by a third party who happens to be neutral, impartial, and so on and so to speak. With that groundwork, I now would like us to get to the gist of my presentation this morning. So what's an impasse? And maybe before I proceed further, anyone who wants to attempt to define for us what an impasse is or what a stalemate is. All right. Glory, your name comes to mind, so I'm going to put you on the spot. You know, what's a stalemate or what's an impasse for that matter?
Okay, and hello, good day.
Hello, I hear you.
Okay, sir. In a simple term, in a kind of, or I say layman language, I would say that it's a situation whereby you get stuck. You know, when you're trying to negotiate, trying to mediate, you get stuck, there's a kind of deadlock, you know, no movements, no understanding of each other and all of that. And then the system, there's no headway, so to speak. Yeah, that's what I understand. Thank you.
Well, beautiful. And I have to say this, that I like your definition of what a stalemate is. I think at this point in time, we would work with your definition. Thank you for that. Any other person who wants to let us know what the understanding of the word stalemate or an impasse is? All right, randomly, I'm just, Chioma, are you here with us? Good morning, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon to you. The reins of the floor are yours.
An impasse is a situation in which there is a deadlock or there is a stalemate, a situation no progress is made again in a meeting, so nobody is ready to agree with the other person. So there is no way to go again. So that is my understanding of what an impasse is: a deadlock, a stalemate. So that's an impasse.
Wow, thank you so much. Beautiful use of language there. Chioma, I see you've said it's hitting the proverbial brick wall. You can't seem to be making any progress right forward, which is that's a good metaphor, hitting the proverbial wall. Any other person before we proceed further? All right, so I'm gonna cherry pick on somebody. All right, Helen, are you here with us? And good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon to you. You have the floor.
I really don't think there's anything to add to all the great definitions of giving. It's where there is a break of communication, and then the parties are not more agreeing. They don't want to see reason with each other. I think that's basically what a stalemate is. Like Ms. Chama said, hitting that brick wall. There's no longer progress. We are stagnated in the mediation process. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Interesting use of language, stagnation. And then you said communication breakdown. And I totally concur and agree with you. Thank you, Helen. Anybody else before we close that window of opportunity? Anybody else? Raji, are you here? Afternoon to you, Raji. Hello, Raji.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
All right. If you can put on your camera. All right, the floor is yours.
All right, sir. What's the question again?
The question is, what's your understanding of what a stalemate or an impasse is? And next time, please pay attention.
Yes, I briefly stood up. That's why I just came back now.
All right. So what's your comprehension of what a stalemate is?
Yeah, what I understand by that is a situation whereby to reach an agreement tends to be difficult, or
right,
something you seem not to even like, very impossible to happen. Like a situation whereby there is a deadlock in an agreement. No party wants to shift ground, and everyone is maintaining his or her position.
Wow.
And
oh,
then
beautiful.
an agreement tends to be difficult. That's just what I understand by
Thank you,
impasse.
Raji. Thank you, Raji.
Yes,
you've used a beautiful words. You've used a beautiful vocabulary here where everyone is stuck up on their positions. And I think I think I can make the firm confession that we all understand what negotiation is and the various kinds of negotiation, position-based negotiation, otherwise known as distributive negotiation. And then, of course, we have interest-based negotiation, which otherwise is known as the integrative negotiation. Later on during my presentation, we'll get to have a dissection of how do you transform a negotiation from position-based negotiation to interest-based negotiation. And if we had enough time, perhaps we would look at the various indices or factors that influence a party's style of negotiation. But that's a subject matter for a different day. Thank you so much, my brother, Raji. I think at this point in time, it's good enough to proceed to our next set of slides. So an introduction to an impasse, and in simple plain language, an impasse is a phenomenon that occurs when and where parties in the process have exhausted all options. It is a great there's a great potential that sometimes when the parties begin to negotiate, they can get to a stage where they have exhausted all potential options and none seems to be the silver bullet to the dispute. And this happens all too often. And as I say this, I want us to have this at the back of our mind, that not every dispute in mediation is destined for an agreement. Not all disputes can be resolved through mediation. And this is a reality that I want us to wake up to as early as now. We are not magicians. We are not wizards. And so sometimes we mediate to the best of our expertise, knowledge, and skill sets. And sometimes it's not possible to have an agreement or a settlement, or the so-called proverbial yes, getting to the proverbial yes. And again, that's a good text that I always recommend for students and mediators of mediators and scholars of conflict resolution, getting to the proverbial yes. Sometimes it's almost impossible to get to the proverbial yes, which is a settlement or an agreement. So not all disputes are destined for an agreement or settlement. However, that is no license for mediators to be to not work hard, so to speak. Again, a stalemate or an impasse could be a phenomenon where the parties are unwilling or they are uninterested and unmotivated to compromise on their positions, needs, values, and interests. And I think I've been on the record and I've said this before, that human beings are driven by their interests. And our interests are not static. Our interests are dynamic. They change from time to time. And I think it's important to register this in our minds at different ages. There are certain things that 5 years ago would motivate me, but right now they don't motivate me anymore. That's how dynamic interest can be, or goals, right? And then I want us maybe to look at factors that encourage stalemates. Poor communication, and I remember the day before yesterday, I spoke about communication breakdown and communication breakthrough, and often transitioning from communication breakdown to communication breakthrough would entail effective communication skills. Very important. And sometimes in mediation as well, communication breakthrough can easily transition into communication breakdown. And sometimes that's why we often get to hit the so-called proverbial brick walls. Number two, external factors. I remember when we were discussing on an opening statement, its significance, the goals of an opening statement, we said that an opening statement is a window of opportunity to you, the mediator, to make sure that you have the right actors. And who are the actors? The actors here are the parties, the primary parties, and other stakeholders. Other stakeholders here would be secondary actors. This could be lawyers in the room. This could be the accountants of the parties. And this could be their family members or people that they hold in high regard. So it's always important that before we can start a mediation process, have it as your checklist that you have the right individuals in the room or the right actors. And then an outrageous offer. Sometimes an outrageous offer can really jeopardize the whole integrity of the process. And later on, I'll be talking about the role of the mediator as an agent of reality. Sometimes we have this responsibility, and sometimes this can be a difficult pill to swallow. That sometimes we have this burden of calling the parties to reality. And by virtue of that, we become agents of conscience to the parties. So sometimes an outrageous offer can pretty jeopardize the well-being of the process. And maybe I should just say this as a by the way here, that in mediation, the parties control the outcome of the process. However, the mediators design and control the process. Our interest as mediators is to make sure at any given point in time that the process is smooth, that the parties perceive of how you are leading the process as being just and fair. So that's very important to bring to our attention. And with your indulgence, permit me to move to preambles to an impasse or stalemate. And in simple, plain language, these are indicators that are likely to guide you, that the process is likely to hit the so-called proverbial brick of wall. So what are the indicators? Oh, all right, there we go. Preambles to an impasse. Sometimes prolonged and protracted positional bargaining during the negotiation dance can pretty damage the process. And positional bargaining here refers to a phenomenon where the parties engage based on their positions. And an interesting question at this point in time, what are the parties' positions? Positions are, the wants. This is what a party wants. And a good example of a position would be entitlements. This would be rights. And rights accrue by virtue of different sources. It could be a constitutional right. It could be a statutory right, and so on and so to speak. So rights are a good example, or are a classic example of what positions are. The law entitles me to X, Y, Z. The Constitution merits me the following rights, and so on and so to speak. And that brings us to our second indicator, strong emotions. And this is where emotional intelligence is extremely of significance to you as a mediator, and I think most importantly, to you as a human being. Emotions is part of who we are. We are wired to be emotional creatures. But the most important piece of that is we need to realize or master we need to become masters of our emotions. And sometimes in mediation, prolonged emotions can lead to an impasse. So we need to be on the lookout for that. And I should say this, that on Wednesday, when we talked about, was it the opening statement or effective communication, I mentioned the fact that sometimes emotions can lead to communication breakdown in the event that they are poorly or ill managed, or sometimes emotions can lead to communication breakthrough, depending on how you handle and manage the same. So this is very important. And thirdly, goodwill and enthusiasm running low. Sometimes when one party seems to be giving so much, and they perceive that this giving is not being reciprocated. Sorry, reciprocated is a word. It can begin to run low. They can really burn out. So it's always important as a mediator to watch out for these nuances. These are nuances and subtleties that sometimes do not announce themselves. But I think as mediators, we need to be alive to the temperatures in the room, as they would call it. And then a discovery of new facts. Sometimes the simple fact that new facts surface, if this is not well considered, it can really influence the process in a negative tone, right? And then overconfidence can be an asset or a liability in negotiations. Often when one party is extremely overconfident of how they feel about the case, if this is not well taken into consideration, it could lead to an impasse or a stalemate. Now, I don't know whether we've all heard of this. We've all had this story about Napoleon. When Napoleon, the great Napoleon, decided to invade Russia, and the outcome, he was so overconfident, and he overlooked his own limitations, what we call the Waterloo moments. And sometimes parties do not have an understanding of what their limitations are or their Waterloo moments are. And sometimes if this is not taken into consideration, once again, this could lead to the proverbial hitting of the brick wall. And then uncooperative action. Sometimes during the negotiation dance, uncooperative acts, such as issuance of ultimatums. Issuance of ultimatums. You don't do this, I won't negotiate further. That's a good example of an ultimatum. Or this is a take or leave it offer. Such statements can easily be classified as uncooperative actions by the parties or by their representatives. And this could be their lawyers. This could be their accountants. This could be people who hold a high place in their lives or in the companies that they represent. And then last but not least, parties unaware of their interests. And this is an often phenomenon that happens in mediation. Sometimes the parties do not have a sense of understanding of what their interests are. What are their goals? What are their aspirations? What objectives do they seek to pursue and achieve in the mediation process? And as mediators, and I think I must have made reference to this on Wednesday, that we need to have what we call interest identifying skills so that we can be of great help to the parties in helping them identify their underlying interests, aspirations, and goals. And with that, I'd like us to look at the various strategies. And as I said earlier on, this is not an exclusive list or checklist of the various strategies that you can always deploy, not just individually, but collectively. So it's always important to have that understanding. And so they are not mutually exclusive. These strategies are not mutually exclusive. Some of them are mutually inclusive. What I mean by this is that sometimes you need to combine more than one strategy to get the assignment done. So priming the parties to getting to yes. And this is a technique that I've seen my mentors effectively deploy. So what do we mean by priming the parties to getting to the proverbial yes? This is a psychological technique that we always deploy to influence the parties as soon as the process begins. And at this point in time, we all understand that the process of mediation is multifaceted. And it often begins with the pre-mediation stage, or what my mentor, Judge Danny Winston, calls ex parte proceedings, where you engage the parties privately to get a sense of their understanding of the process, what their objectives, what their goals and aspirations are before the mediation commences. Ex parte proceedings, as my mentor, Judge Danny Winston, would call it. And then after you are done with the pre-mediation stage or the ex parte proceedings, you transition now to the mediation process itself. And often it begins with the opening remarks or the opening statements. And at this point in time, we are all alive to the fact that the opening statement is not an exclusive preserve for the mediator, but the parties to get an opportunity often to issue or to pronounce their opening statement. So right from the word go, right from the onset, at the stage of a pre-mediation, we deploy this psychological skill of priming the parties to getting to the yes, influencing their choices and their preferences, and so on and so to speak. And at this point in time, a good strategy, and this is more or less psychological, is to often start with less contentious or issues that are simple in character, issues that are likely to bring the parties together. The idea here is to gradually build a sense of consensus amongst the parties, make them understand that, you know what, after all is said and done, our differences are not that great or grave. And once again, this is a psychological tool that is often deployed. So you often begin with the less contentious issues, transitioning into the more complex issues. And the idea here is that the less contentious issues are easily to resolve compared to the complex issues, which might take time, which might take a lot of resources and expertise. So in so many ways, the idea is starting small and gradually moving to much broader and complex issues. And the other thing is the use of validation and affirmation. And once again, I have seen this in my mentors. I've seen Judge Danny Weinstein use this oftenly. Acknowledging progress. Just letting the parties know at the initial stages, when you're making your opening statement, just letting them know that thank you for the progress that we have achieved this far. Because you realize that it takes a great deal of understanding by the parties to pursue mediation. And so that in and of itself is a gain. It's a progress that you need to acknowledge. So this is something that is very important. And one of the leadership principles that I have come to appreciate is acknowledging people in public. Acknowledging any progress that your teammates, that your colleagues have made in public, and rebuking them in privacy. So I'm going to say this again. Complimenting people in public and rebuking them in privacy. The same holds in mediation. Sometimes when a party is uncooperative, or when a party becomes unscrupulous, or when a party wants to become rogue, we have an indispensable responsibility to call them to order. That's what I call rebuking in privacy. How we rebuke a party is extremely significant, because this will often have a role to play in how the process goes. And I think it must have been yesterday I mentioned the fact that I mentioned a book, Bringing Peace into the Room, how the personal attributes of the mediator can influence the process. So this is very important to have at the back of our minds. And last but not least, still on priming the parties to getting to the proverbial yes, sometimes it's rearranging the issues. And issues in mediation can be characterized into three realms. We've got the substantive issues, and these could be the real issues. And then we've got the emotional issues. And then last but not least, we've got pseudo-substantial issues. These are issues that appear to be substantive, but they are not substantive. And this is where creativity. Yesterday, Judge Danny Weinstein spoke about using your imagination and creativity as a mediator. This is where it comes high. This is where it comes in handy with the process of a mediation, where we have to navigate our stalemates. And with that, I want us to go to the use of caucusing and shuttle mediation. Shuttle mediation, in simple language, refers to where you put the parties into separate rooms. And here it's just divide and conquer, for lack of a better language. And I'm so sorry about using that language. I know it might offend some of you, but the idea here is divide and conquer. You put the parties into separate rooms and you begin to move from one room to the other room. That's what we refer to as private caucusing. It's an extremely effective tool, often for breaking an impasse. And this is how it works. It's effective for building connection, rapport, and understanding. And then we've got leveling the playing field to avoid power imbalances. sometimes the use of caucus is an effective tool in your toolbox where you have inherent power imbalances or dynamics. And dynamics here could be as a result of structural differences in our societies. I mean, in the African society, for instance, we are an extremely patriarchal society. And so men often dominate all spheres of our societal interaction. So that could be a source of a power dynamic or imbalance. Economic achievements, or sometimes academic achievements. All these can often lead to power dynamics. Or pedigree, heritage. Our pedigree as human beings sometimes can often lead to certain benefits that we can enjoy that certain people might not enjoy. And all these could lead to power dynamics. And sometimes when you encounter a power dynamic, sometimes there's no silver, there's no pill for that. There's no pill for that. Sometimes we just have to convince the party that seems to be having an upper hand, convince them to use their power in a way that is consistent to their needs, their aspirations, and interests. So that's very important. And with this, maybe the use of reframing in mediation. And words are very powerful. Sometimes words can reframe issues, or sometimes words can reflame issues. I'm going to say that again. Sometimes words can reframe issues. By this, I mean put issues into context. But sometimes words can reflame, or they can refuel the differences between the parties. And so it's always important for us as mediators to become masters of communication. Now, we've got beautiful words here by a gentleman that is not foreign to most of us, Albert Einstein, a man that I hold in high regard. And this is what he says about our everyday problems. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. I'm going to say that again. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Often it's said that using the same thinking to solve a problem over and over again is the simplest definition of what insanity is. And so reframing issues is a fundamental thing in mediation. And in the next few minutes, I'd like us to look at what reframing really means. And here we've got a definition by the American Psychological Association. And this is what they say about reframing. Reframing is the ability to rethink the context or issues surrounding a question, a problem, or event in a way that serves to influence how the context or issues are perceived and evaluated. Reframing.
The way it's phrased can not only adjust the imbalance of power, but the key is to pick the poison out of the way it's been phrased before. And the masters of this give it back honestly and accurately. They're not distorting it, but they take the poison out of the traditional framing of the issues. And that's an art form that takes time to do. And but that's the mastery of our work.
Wow. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. That was just Danny Weinstein simplifying this, that reframing entails picking out the poison. That's what we do. We pick out the poison. And often he says is that mediation often begins in an arena. I don't know whether we all have an understanding of what an arena is. In arenas, you have gladiators, fighting and batting their heads. And often Judge Danny says that the process of mediation begins or starts in the arena. But as you begin to pick out the poison, you get into the field of possibilities and opportunities. So that's what reframing does. It has this impact of transitioning the process from an arena to a field of possibilities and opportunities. That's the power that the single tool of reframing holds in mediation. So that's very important. And with this, maybe I'd like us to proceed to what I call interest identification skills. And earlier on, I made the point that sometimes parties do not have an understanding of what their interests, what their objectives and goals are in the process of mediation. And I can understand this as a mediator. I can understand this. Conflict has a way of traumatizing people. That's how conflict can be destructive. And sometimes the parties don't understand, why they have subscribed to the process of mediation. But as problem solvers, often we are called to help the parties identify their interests. Now, interest identification skills come down to 3 fundamental skills again. So it's an amalgamation of many other skills. But of most importance here would be listening skill. Listening skill. And I remember on Wednesday, I made the case for listening. That listening in mediation is a 3-dimensional affair. We listen with our ears, we listen with our eyes to watch out for the body language of the parties, the nuances in the room, and we listen with our heart. Very important. And number 2, interest identification skills is made up of the ability to use questioning techniques effectively. And what do I mean by using questioning techniques effectively? We can use questions to plant ideas in the minds of the parties. Through questioning techniques, we can trigger certain thoughts in the minds of the parties. And this is what I call planting seeds of possibilities in the mind of the parties, simply by asking the right questions. And then thirdly, interest identification skills is made up of effective communication. Now, on Wednesday, I made the case for communication. That communication, if poorly handled or managed, can lead to communication breakdown. But if effectively deployed, communication can lead to communication breakthrough. So interest identification skills boil down to 3 fundamental skills. There could be more. But for purposes of our learning today, it zeroes down to 3 fundamental skills: effective listening or empathetic listening. And then number 2, use of transformational questions to plant seeds of possibilities, ideas, and opportunities in the mind of the parties. And then number 3, communication. And I think I cannot underscore enough the significance of mastery of communication in the process of mediation. And with this, maybe we've got beautiful words here by Henry David, who says is that it takes 2 to speak the truth, but 1 to speak and another to hear. That is just to stress the significance of listening. And we live in a world where the art and science of listening is on the decline. It is on the decline. And in my opinion, this is why we have most of the problems that we have today in our world. So this is just to stress the significance of listening in our everyday life. And then being an agent of reality. And I think right from the onset of our discussions for the day, I have oftenly made remarks or reference to this skill, being an agent of reality. And being an agent of reality sometimes refers to calling the parties to order letting them know of their partners. And what do I mean by partners? Partners are best alternative to a negotiated agreement. Sometimes it's important to remind the parties oftenly of some of these concepts, partners and whatnots. And what's a whatnot? Whatnot is a worse alternative to a negotiated agreement. Sometimes as agents of realities, we are called to let the parties know what are their worst alternatives, and so on and so to speak. And last but not least, the use of mlatnas, most likely alternative to a negotiated agreement. We sometimes are advisors to the parties. And these acronyms, mlatnas, whatnas, butnas, are good skills that we can always use to help the parties make informed choices at the end of the day. The gist of being an agent of reality here entails informing the parties or educating the parties so that at the end of the day, they can make informed choices. I'm still aware of our time, and so in the next couple of minutes, I'll be wrapping up. The use of questions. I think when I spoke about interest identifying skills, I made a mention of the use of questioning techniques. And we've got various questioning techniques, open-ended questioning techniques where you are trying to get a gist of the broader context of the problem. We've got close-ended questions where you want to zero down on a particular item. We've got probing questions. And then we've got what I call hypothetical questions or transformative questions. And here we've got various examples of questioning techniques that at your private time, you might want to have a look at that. And so with that, I'd like us to get maybe to sometimes the magic of avoiding an impasse or transitioning from an impasse or navigating an impasse lies in your ability to transform the negotiation from position-based negotiation to interest-based negotiation. And to simplify this here, we've got a diagram of two pyramids, and you will two triangles. You realize that at the apex of the triangle, you've got a tiny triangle on your screen, as you can see on my screen. And the tiny triangle is where you have the positions of the parties. So often when the parties are negotiating in terms of their positions, you realize that their options are limited in scope and sometimes limited in terms of possibilities. That's when you are negotiating based on position-based negotiations. However, when you take a look at the triangle again, where you have the interest, you realize that the scope of interest is much larger compared to positions. So often for you to navigate the barrier of stalemates, the magic lies in transitioning the negotiation from position-based negotiation to interest-based negotiation. And the diagram here makes a crystal clear illustration of what I am referring to. And a good question at this point in time would be, what are party positions? Party positions are what they say they want. These are their entitlements. These are their entitlements. And what are the interests or goals of the parties? These are why you want the position. It's the why behind what you want. And this is very important. And so you realize that often when you transition from the zone or the territory of positions into the territory of interest, consensus building becomes possible. Collaboration is within view, or cooperation, if you like. So this is very important. And the thing about positions is that when parties are engaging in terms of their positions, they view the game as a zero-sum game. And what do I mean by a zero-sum game? A lose for you is a win for me. or a win for you is a lose for me. That's the effect of position sometimes. It has this way of psychologically building constructs on the minds of the parties that the whole thing is a zero-sum game. But in mediation, it doesn't need to be a zero-sum game affair. It can be a positive sum affair. What do I mean by a positive sum affair? Positive sum affair attitude means that actually I don't need to lose $1 for you to gain $1. We can all gain. That's the power of interest-based negotiation. So this is very important technique to cultivate over time. And then we've got what we refer to as the mediator's proposal. And a mediator's proposal here in simple, plain language refers to a proposal by the mediator to the parties based on your understanding of the case. And number two, based on your relationship with the parties. And when is a mediator's proposal made? It's always made as a last resort, because there are rules that guide this. It should be a last resort. And then number two, it should be done with the consent of the parties. You need to build adequate consensus between yourself and the parties. And then last but not least, parties can request the mediator to initiate the process. And then formal consent of the parties is equally important. And it's often encouraged in separate caucuses or private rooms through shuttle mediation. And the mediator's proposal could be partial or it could be substantial in nature. Mediator's proposal are very often or commonplace in the American jurisdiction. And different mediators often deploy this, depending on their preference, depending on their style and so on and so to speak. Yesterday, I made a reference to the mediator's executive presence. And often your executive presence as a mediator is something you cultivate over time. And your style, your preference, your psychological makeup will all lead to that. With this, maybe I'd like us to, last but not least, we have this is not the last and least, we have the use of bracketing. And what do I mean by bracketing? Bracketing is where you proffer an opinion or an option to the parties. That, you know what if you come up to X and the other party comes to Y? So this is very important, and it's very common again in America. So bracketing it's just a simple technique where you generate an option to the parties based on your imagination, based on your creativity, and last but not least, based on your understanding of the parties and the dispute. So it's often used to facilitate mutual concession. Again, this can be initiated by the mediator or the parties. I have been privy to mediations where the parties actually approach the mediator and tell them that, can you initiate the option of bracketing, because we see we have come too far to lose all the gains that have been made within the course of the day. So this is very important. And then we've got the use of experts, and these are third parties to the process. This could be experts. This could be evaluators, right? And so sometimes where there are differences, broad differences, sometimes you can use the intervention of third parties who happen to be subject matter experts. And this is very often in multiple party or stakeholder disputes. It's always made reference to. For instance, where you have environmental considerations. Here you are likely to fall or use third parties for the same. And then the use of apologies. I wish I had enough time again. This is just a condensation of a long broader conversation, the use of apologies. And a good question here would be, what's an apology? What's a statement of an apology? An apology entails three key ingredients. Number one, an acknowledgement of a wrong behavior. An apology must communicate a wrongful behavior that you have done, or you have caused harm to somebody. So it has to communicate harm. And number two, it must communicate the behavior. I'm so sorry. It's not enough just to say, I'm sorry for harming you. You have to go further and say, I'm sorry for hurting your feelings by saying these reckless words. And then last but not least, a commitment never to repeat again. These are the three ingredients of what an apology is. I am so sorry that I have caused you this injury by my words that I feel were reckless. And I want to make a promise or guarantee you that I will not say these words again. That's what an apology is. And so sometimes they are extremely important in breaking a stalemate. And usually on the use of apologies, we make reference to a landmark dispute that was between a family that had lost their loved one and the MIT institution. That's a landmark case that we often refer when we are making reference or building a case for apologies. And again, once again, at your own private time, you want to have a look at that case. A recommended text, we've got Roger Fisher and William Ury getting to yes, negotiating agreement without giving in. And then we've got Peter Rufo Robinson, who's put together an incredible body of work, seminal work, so to say, in apology, forgiveness, and reconciliation. And with that said and done, I'd like to open the floor for comments, for questions, and for further discussions. All right, my battery, okay. All right, so at this point in time, I want to entertain questions from all of you people. If compliments, if you have compliments or comments that you would like to bring to my attention. So Mr. Nanchang, at this point in time, I'd like to return the floor back to you. And thank you so much for lending me your ears and your attention. All right, questions before we
we're grateful.
All right,
thank you, sir. I appreciate.
All right, thank you. Before we the curtains up. Pardon?
Sorry, the use of Watna, I missed it. The third one.
Oh, you mean Mlatnas, most likely alternative to a negotiated agreement.
Yes, Batna, that is the best alternative. Then the Watna, the third one, sir, please.
The third one is Mlatna, M-L-A-T-N-A, most likely alternative to a negotiated agreement.
Most likely.
I have a question.
Thank you.
All right, go for it.
I have a question.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so whereby you know that sometimes people have ego and you can see you're trying to facilitate an apology. However, they feel like if they apologize, then they are not being a man, or for lack of better words, then the other person is getting the upper hand. And so as much as you try to facilitate the apology, which you know will help the situation, the person is somehow feels withdrawn or is not willing to do it. How do you balance that out? How do you go about that?
All right, that's a good question, and thank you so much. Yesterday, Judge Danny Winston talked about making the parties feel comfortable and safe enough. That's where the power is. That's where the magic really lies. if you can make a party feel comfortable and safe enough to issue an apology, because sometimes, and apologies are pretty, it's a catch-22 sometimes when it comes to an apology, because an apology can be deemed as an admission of an offense. And sometimes there are parties, who don't want to own up to that fact. But as agents of realities or catalysts of conscience to the parties, sometimes we need to take time to let them understand the benefits of an apology. Because we've got different kinds of apologies once more again. And this is just, again, a conversation that if we were to have, it would take a day. But back to our discussion for the day. Sometimes it just takes making the parties understand the power of apology. That, an apology could be a gift to you, the person making the apology. But for them to get to the point where they can issue an apology, you need to make them feel comfortable and safe enough to make such statements. And it's not easy. It's not easy to apologize, particularly where you have, egos involved. Sometimes in mediation, particularly where you have corporate disputes, where you've got maybe, two CEOs in the room, there's lots of ego that can be involved in such kind of disputes. Right? So the trick really lies in the ability to make them feel comfortable, safe enough, and that they understand the concept of an apology. Thank you. All right, thank you. Any other questions before we close the curtain? Any other questions before I disappear? All right, Mr. Nanchang, I think at this point in time, it would be ideal for me to return the reins of the floor back to you. Once more again, thank you. Oh, I see a hand up. All right, I see two hands up. Augustine, you can go first, okay. And then we'll have Kosemani and Apo, and I hope I'm saying your names rightly.
Yes. My question is based on apologies. In a situation like the instance you raised where two CEOs are in the room and you as the mediator, you're trying to help them facilitate, resolve the issues. And then in the point of view trying to guide both of them, one of them feels that like he or she has been provoked. When you as the mediator, you are on your right place because you're trying to be neutral, and one person feels he is aggrieved with the way you're trying to help them resolve the dispute, and is demanding that your behavior is not okay with him, that you should apologize. And you apologizing means you are admitting the fact that your behavior is wrong when you're not actually wrong. Now, as a mediator, what will you do? Are you going to succumb to the fact that one of the parties is demanding that you admit that you're wrong when actually you're not wrong? What are you going to do at that point as a mediator?
All right, thank you. And your question makes reference to negotiation. There are times, for instance, where an apology is a consideration, a legitimate consideration that is placed on the table by one of the parties. And often now, this is where the politics of the use of caucusing, private rooms, becomes very important. Because there's lots of diplomacy, there's lots of persuasion skills that really take place behind the rooms, particularly in the private caucusing. This is where you effectively deploy the use of private rooms or caucusing, not just to convince, but to persuade a party on the significance of an apology. And this is beyond the fact that it's a consideration, or it's a valid consideration that has an impact on the negotiation process. I mean, so I sometimes consider myself a transformational mediator, and this is where I think it comes in handy, where I let parties know that you have an opportunity here, not just to resolve a dispute, but to become a better human being. And what do I mean by becoming a better human being? Becoming a better human being means becoming a better CEO to the company, becoming a better father, becoming a better husband, and so on and so to speak. This is now where your persuasion skills come in handy. And often, this will depend on your relationship or connection and rapport with the parties. The long and short answer to your question would be that. All right, I see Aderonke. I hope I'm saying your name right. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. From where I am.
Afternoon to you.
All right, thank you so much. I wanted to ask, is there anything like record taking or taking of minutes during this? Because from what you've said and what the other teachers have said, the negotiation process, mediation process can sometimes take maybe a week or even 2 weeks. Free tomorrow, or you're not free. Oh, okay, I'm free next week, and then it may even take a month. So is there any, like, I know in courts there are people who that's their job to take minutes and give the judge. So in mediation processes, is it the mediator who will take notes? Are we allowed to record what's going on in the meeting? Or how do we, or we should just be writing? How do we do that so that the party doesn't feel like, oh, you wrote when I said something? I don't know if that's that.
Thank you for your question, Kosemani. I'm going to respond to your question in 2 ways. One, where you have a person-to-person mediation, where you are meeting in person, definitely note-taking is one of the skills that you as a mediator need to have. So note-taking is something that we always do in mediation. Writing down, scribbling, and so on and so to speak. And that begs a question. The question is here, how do you handle these notes? Remember, one of the golden rules, as the Danny Wensen would call it, is the rule of confidentiality. Who should have access to this note-taking? This is very important. Well, in my case, what I do is I usually keep my notes and make sure that nobody has access to them. I know there are mediators. Once the mediation process comes to an end, settlement or no settlement, what they do is they would shred or destroy the notes that they have been taking. That's my first response to your question. My second question to your response would refer to where this is a hybrid process, or where you have, this is an online dispute resolution or mediation. Here, of course, with the intervention of technology, you are allowed to record the proceedings. But this, again, a good question here is how you manage and handle this recording is very important, because we are bound by the principle of confidentiality. So yes, we are allowed to draft, jot down notes, but we must balance these with the principle of confidentiality. That's my response to your question. Thank you. Now, thank you, Kosemani. Yes. Any other questions before I take my leave and return the floor back to our host? Any other questions before I leave? Otherwise, I've had a great interaction and discourse with all of you people, and I'm forever grateful. All right, on the chats. Okay, I have a please, host, please unmute. Okay, Augustine, you can go forward. Just shoot your question. Hello, Augustine.
So he has already asked his question.
All right. Okay, thank you. I think at this point in time, it's fair for me to return the floor back to the host. So you'll allow me to disappear if you've no questions for me. Oh, thank you,
All right,
Helen. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much,
Helen.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I must appreciate you for a job well done. We really appreciate your time, your effort, your resources put together in order to make this training viable and active and successful. We are grateful. Once again, we appreciate the opportunity of tapping from the reserved knowledge, experience, and encyclopedia of our very learned mediator, Mr. Judge Winston. We are very grateful. He has also made input into this session. We have nothing more to say than to appreciate him on behalf of the participants as well as on behalf of the management of and governing body of Settlement House ADR Training Institute. We are very, very happy to have you. You've made impact. We hope that the participants will utilize what they have learned. As they go out there, they will put their skills into practice, and they will be proud to refer to you as one of their trainer and mentor. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. And I wish you the best of learning and opportunities in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I think with this, this will be a good place to say goodbye for today. When we return tomorrow, we'll have time to do some review on Sarah. I've not seen you throughout today. Yeah, we didn't see you throughout today.
No, I was part of it in the morning and then some part of it during the early hours, but I've been very busy today.
Okay. So thank you very much. Let's come out tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day. Ensure that you are fully available. We'll do a review and we'll make constructive correction and about tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow so that you will know what you are supposed to do. And you also have an assignment to submit tomorrow. You have an assignment to submit tomorrow. We have sent you a sample of an opening statement, and everyone is going to give an opening statement. Okay, so tomorrow our opening our check-in activity is going to be opening statement, and before then you are going to do your opening statement. You will video it 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes maximum. You're going to give an opening statement as a mediator. Ensure that the important ingredients of an opening statement is contained therein. And when you do the opening statement, you are going to make it into you are going to make it in form of a link and send us the link. We are going to send the instruction on your training platform. So you make sure that before tomorrow morning, you must have done your opening statement. And during the check-in activities, ensure that everybody is around, because we may take time to have you give your opening statement, and anybody can be appointed or chosen to give the opening statement. And remember, this is part and parcel of your assessment. You cannot be an effective mediator if you do not understand how to make your opening statement, because of how crucial and valuable. We have carefully selected the topics in your training so that you will have the important ingredients of what makes you a mediator. I will also ask that it is part of your assessment. You are going to submit a link of what you have posted, especially on LinkedIn. If you don't have LinkedIn, you should go and create a LinkedIn account. You are going to submit your post with the pictures and whatsoever you have learned for each of these days. I'm just giving you a hint against tomorrow. You're going to submit the link for day one, what you have posted on Facebook, on this thing, and especially Telegram. LinkedIn must be part and parcel of the social media you are using, and you have posted on, among others. So you are going to submit the link for right. You're going to submit the link for day one, what you have posted and what you have learned. Day two, what you have posted day three, day 4, and day 5. And we want to be very sure that you have attended all the classes. So you will make the post out there and send the links in together, links 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is for you. Another person is going to send his own also. So ensure that you follow the instruction. Remember, the first thing you do is to give us an opening statement of between 4 to 5 minutes, and you're going to convert that in a Google Drive. You give us the link so that we can open it. We are going to give instruction on how you are going to send the link to us via mail. Once that is done, you are going to provide the we have been sending screenshots of each day, and then we have given instruction that you should be posting these things on your social media handles. So you have to ensure that you do that, and you are going to post for the 5 days. You are going to send us the links to your social media handles where you have posted it. We are going to go review it and see. Other participants also, there will be a kind of peer review. Other participants will also go and confirm. That's part of your assessment. So ensure that you do the needful. Ensure you do the needful. I don't know if there is any other question. If there is no question, this will be a good place to say goodbye. Do you have any question? The training ends tomorrow. It's a 5 days training, 5 days, comprehensive training, certification in mediation. It's 5 days. So the training ends tomorrow. Any question? Okay, I do not enable them to speak. Any question?
Yes, I have a question, sir.
Okay.
What if I couldn't post from day 1 to day 4?
If you do not follow from day 1 to day 4, the links to the recordings are all posted. So you have to go and follow. In your posting, you must identify what has been taught in each of the days. If you have taught 3 topics, at least you identify 1 or 2 or 3 The essence is that you must have followed. If you have missed any class, go back to the recording, listen to that aspect, and ensure that you pick one or two things
No,
from.
my question is for the posting, link in LinkedIn or social media. What
Yes.
if none has been done from day one till now?
Then
Because
you do it. You do it.
okay. No problem, sir. I understand
If
that.
you have not done it
I
in
know
day
what.
one, it means that you have 5 postings to do. You put your
Okay.
timetable, go and listen to the classes and do the posting and share together with the snapshots of what has been done. Remember, when you are sharing, you tag Settlement House Media Training Institute. We're on Facebook, we're on LinkedIn, where most of the social media, you tag us so that we'll see what you are posting. And remember, if you are not following Settlement House Media Training Institute, as we send some of these postings, go and follow, like, share with other persons. We really appreciate if you can do that. But ensure you tag. And for those who do not know how to tag, what you do is, you know this sign, what is it? This art that you do in your email, JC for life art, right? So once you click on art, you will see that varieties of names. So you just put Shati. You will see the full name, Settlement House Media Training Institute comes up. Or if you cannot get the full name, you can just write art, and then you write Settlement House ADR Training Institute. You see the name, it will pop up. You click on it, you will see that it will be identified in another color. Do you understand? So if you are tagging your teachers for the day, like if you go and check some of the postings we did, we tag some of the facilitators. That's how you put art and then write the name of the facilitator, and then you see the name of the facilitator will come up. Then you can tag him and tag others as well. I hope we are clear. Do we have further questions? I guess we are clear.
We're clear, sir.
Yes, we are clear. The question I wanted to ask, or the observation I wanted to make, has been cleared. It's just that the network has been very erratic, but like you explained, we can look at the postings on our page, then read up and make comments and do what we need to do from there. Thank you.
Yes. We will send
Also,
the link to each of the days are on the platform. When you scroll, you will see it. Or we can ask our admin to just go and pick the links for the 1, 2, 3, 4 and paste on the platform so that you can go.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I wasn't, the voice went off.
Please, are you guys on Instagram? Because for me, Instagram is where I do things.
I
I have
think
lots of followers. I'm not on LinkedIn.
They're on Facebook, and they're on Facebook.
I'm not active on Facebook. Instagram is where I'm active. So I don't have a LinkedIn, and to open a LinkedIn profile just to post. I don't know. I have an Instagram page and I have a lot of
Instagram, but I tried tagging them on Instagram, but I couldn't find them.
Please, I have a question. Sir, hello, please, can you hear me?
I think network has thrown the host out, so he's not even in the meeting anymore. Network has thrown the host out. Maybe
for him, for the executive director, sir. Okay, let me see. Someone got it when he was talking. He made mention of the opening statement for tomorrow. Is he saying that we should do a video? Okay, or we should do a video, prepare a video and send, or probably we'll all be called one by one.
The
He
post
said
you've been
the
making.
instruction will be on the page, on our page later. That's what he said. It just in case it's not clear, because it's not clear to me either. And he said all the instruction will be on our page.
But other postings, we've been making postings. Yeah, we're talking about the opening statement that we're gonna, present tomorrow. Would it be as in? Are we gonna record ourselves on a video and post it, or would you be called upon to come and make your own presentation?
No, they said we're going to make an open statement in Google Drive. They're going to give us the instruction on what to do. That's what I'm saying. That's what he said. It's going to be made with Google Drive. You'll make the video with Google Drive. Then they'll tell you what to do. But instructions will be placed on the WhatsApp page that we are all in.
Okay. Thank you, please. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
I don't know. Those of us who don't do social media, I don't know what he wants us to do.
Well, they are trying to make us do it compulsorily.
No, I can't do it. I don't do social media.
That's the only way you can tell yourself. LinkedIn is okay.
LinkedIn is a professional social media. It's not like Facebook. LinkedIn is professional. When you go there, you see professional.
I can do LinkedIn. I can do LinkedIn and Instagram, but not Facebook.
Yeah, no, they're not even. I don't even think they're on Facebook. So it's on LinkedIn. Okay.
You said they're on Facebook.
Even if they are, just focus on LinkedIn. It's okay.
One social media is okay. And he even prefers LinkedIn. So if you're on LinkedIn, you don't have a problem. I'm not on LinkedIn, so I'm the one that has it.
LinkedIn is better.
I'm not.
They're also on Facebook. They're also on Facebook.
Well,
I assume we're calling the day.
I guess we can leave now. He has gone, so I guess we all can leave
then.
until
Everybody
tomorrow.
have a nice, enjoy the rest of the evening. See
All
you
right,
tomorrow.
everyone, have a good evening.
All right.
Have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's as if it's